Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario.
You think you know me? Ara. It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Hello, Mario.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes. Please welcome, the rated R, super star, Adam Copeland.
Sorry about that, chat. Jesus Christ. I am really ill-prepared today, huh? I literally just did a whole ass spiel there, and you couldn't hear me do any of it. Hi, my name's GIRAFFE. I'm the president of the Lawn Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, the scuffiest of streams to start out 2025, and my second cat, who's not here with me right now. There he is. Here I am. Yeah, I'm right here. The silent promo. Yeah. The mic was off. The mic was off, just like Copeland's promo at the end of World's End, which was a
Hello, Mario.
incredible show, by the way. That was much better than last year's show, I have to say. Yeah.
Nothing beats a
I recommend
refreshing sip of water.
I need water, thank you. Hi, Kite. We have we have quite a few people in chat tonight. We have Doomslayer, we have Peeves, we have Batch, we have Lumi, we have, I already said Doomslayer, we have Kite. I know we got a couple others as well, but it's fine. Hello, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting and the first one of 2025. Happy New Year, everyone. Hopefully, y'all had a safe,
Hello, Mario.
Happy New Year. Hello. Hello, Banquo. How are you, my friend? Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. I'm gutting out my room, LOL. That New Year's cleaning bug, huh? You think you know him? You don't know his scuff, I'll tell you that much. How do you feel about Raw being on Netflix starting this week? Cool. I'm happy that wrestling's getting on, platforms that aren't cable TV. Because it's passé. It's passé. Although, I wish that WWE was doing what Dynamite and Collision were doing. And keeping it on, network TV, but also allowing it on streaming services as well. Because Dynamite and Collision, you can catch them on, the Turner networks as well as Max. Which I will be doing from now on. I'll be just doing Max. But it's good for those who do not have streaming or just have cable or, just only have streaming and no cable. And 3 hours of SmackDown starting tomorrow night. Yeah. Oh, no. No. We don't need 3 hours. We don't need 6 hours of main Dude, Raw plus SmackDown plus Netflix? That's 8 hours a week. Who has that time? You gotta dedicate to it like it's a work day. Listen. I know WWE is good now, right? I know WWE is good now. And I'm not doing 8 hours a week, dog. It's not happening. I can barely do 4 hours a week of AEW. Whenever I want to watch Collision, I usually just look up clips. And I just watch, Dynamite in full. Because that's what I have time for. That's what I have time for as a 25-year-old man. I don't have the time to be watching 8 hours of wrestling every week. I'm just wrapping up my Korean lesson before Friday Night Stev Down begins. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you are too. I hope everyone in chat is. I don't mean to be condescending to start us out. I'm very sorry. Excuse me. I'm very sorry about that, chat. I just had a bunch of dairy in the past few days. I got a new blender recently for the holidays, and I've been making a lot of smoothies and milkshakes. I'll tell you what. I've been making smoothies for like the past year, and it only just clicked in my head. You know what I can also make with this?
This shirt of a champion. These
jeans
of a champion. These shoes of a champion. This jacket, shoes of a champion.
Wow, look at those nice white shoes! So on and so forth. But no, I was thinking to myself, you know what I can also make with a blender? Milkshakes. And so I've been making milkshakes as well. I've been making mostly chocolate caramel ones. Sometimes with cookie pieces in them as well. And, I think your boy is eating a little too much dairy, chat, so if I start making, weird noises over the mic, you know why. It's because lactose intolerance has finally caught up with me. I'm 25 and it still hasn't happened yet. So maybe I still have a lot of time before it happens. Does your milkshake bring all the long boys to the yard? I mean, I live by myself. Well, actually, no. I live with my roommate. So I guess it brings him to the yard? Although he comes home at the same time every night, so I don't know if it's the milkshake or just the sheer desolateness of working at Walmart that brings him to the yard. But yeah, I have something that I need to show you guys. I have good news and bad news. The good news is this. Hold on just a second. Because I have something I need to show all of you. What the f- Okay, fine. Hold on just a second, chat. While I set this up. I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I got a cool little Christmas
Hello,
gift.
Mario.
Got to work early. Let's go, long boy. Hey, you got out of work early. Let's go, Long Boy Club. Hey, Soul, what's up? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. But yeah, I have something I need to show all of you. And that is this. The Chiification of Sonic the Hedgehog has begun. My mom got me this. A Chia Pet. I didn't even know they still had Chia Pets. I didn't know that people were still buying them. These are like the most novelty of gifts of all time, and I got one. And it's the and I'll tell you what, chat. Have you ever tried to like cover a Chia Pet? It's actually surprisingly hard because I was following the instructions almost to the letter. Because like what you're supposed to do, right, is you're supposed to mix water and the chia seeds. By God, that's Chia Sonic. He's going so fast, by God. Although he's growing really slowly. I'll tell you, the clay on him, the scalping of Sonic makes him bull and shoe ugly. Those were novelty gifts when I was young, and I'm old as hell. They're still making them. They're still making them. I mean, obviously they have Sonic here, and my mom got me one as a Christmas gift because she knows I like Sonic. And have you ever tried to like do a Chia Pet? Because like, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to take water and the seeds, and you're supposed to mix them together until you get a jam-like consistency. Well, I was following the measurements to the letter, right? To a T. To a T. And I can't get it. I cannot cover Sonic's spines in the chia seeds to a way where it doesn't look like he's just having a bad hair day. I think that the spines, while cute...
Hello, Mario.
Hey, T-Brain, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I either need to make the ratio between water and seeds more in favor of the seeds than they are the water, because they just drip off his spines. Like, that drip tray there, it's like half seeds, right? Because like all of them were just dripping off, and now the clay is just like, it's barely covered. It's barely covered. So either A, I'm a bad gardener, a bad gardener, or B, Chia Pets are bullshit. You know, for the sake of my pride, I'm leaning towards Chia Pets being bullshit. But let's just say that they're not bullshit, or let's assume they're not, and I am just bad at gardening. Well, in that case, I just need to do the Chia ratio better. Because the Chiification of Sonic must happen. I can't just have this sitting here. My mom spent probably $12 on it. I can't let her investment, you know, go down the drain. you know, go speeding down the drain. It'll go to chemical plant. Dude, I bring good news. I got a job interview Monday. That's awesome, man. Good luck on it. What you doing? But of course, the bad news is, it's also Sonic related. It has to do with Sonic 3. And it's not about the movie itself. The movie was killer. You all should go see it, especially if you're a Sonic fan. The movie is basically, you know, like the people in charge asking, what can we do in 90 minutes to make people happy? And then they just do that for like 90 minutes, and it's great. It's just nonstop barnstorming for like an hour and a half, and it's great. But no. Did you know that Sonic toys are back at McDonald's? Yeah. Yeah, Sonic 3 toys, McDonald's. Oh my gosh. 1994. Not these ones, but let's just assume they are. We need to revisit Lobotomized Sonic real quick. What the heck?
Do you believe?
That's not it. Oh, that's it, kinda.
In magic, and I hope you do. You'll always have.
These like old McDonald's ads are always like weird, right? Because I'm used to like these things. I'm used to like the Eldritch, you know, like little Happy Meal looking guys. But this was back when we had Donald McDonald over here. Donald McRonald over here. Like McDonald's lore masters in chat. Can you tell me what these guys are? I'd call my roommate out here, but he's currently at work. And he cannot answer the hard-hitting questions. Right? He cannot answer the hard-hitting questions of what these little like honeycomb looking guys are. They used to have the McDonald Land residents and everything. Are these the residents of McDonald Land?
You'll always have a friend wearing big red shoes. When you believe in magic. When you believe in magic.
These guys are crazy.
Where do the stars of Sega Sonic 3 go when the game's over?
They go to the movies 30 years later.
They're at McDonald's, where Sonic launches with a push.
Oh my god. I remember this guy. we were talking about the Burger King Whopper, and Keebs made like an edit of this, and it was like they put what in the Whopper? And it's like they put Sonic in the Whopper.
Push up a button, and Tails flies who knows how high. 4 toys, one with each Sonic 3 cheese.
Tails probably flies like maybe 5 feet
With a push of a button,
at most.
And Tails flies who knows how high. 4 toys, one with each Sonic 3.
What is Knuckles on here? Is this like a cloud? I cannot remember, and I grew up in the 90s. Was this before you were like cognizant enough to remember the Sonic 3 Happy Meal toys? Like, I mean, obviously this right here is like Sonic doing his little peel out, right? This is like him burning the soles of his feet on the ground. You have Robotnik in his egg robo. Rather, you know, like in his you know, in his little mobile there. You got Tails here. Looks like a Tails Sky Patrol thing almost. What is Knuckles on? Is he like on a cloud? I mean, he did jump on clouds in Sky Sanctuary. So it is plausible. But no, more to the point. Wait, hold on. I remember the mini Sonic handheld video games in the Happy Meals. Those were we have one of those sitting in the living room right now. My roommate dug it up from like his old stash because his father worked as you know, like a maintenance guy at our local McDonald's, and he was kind of like a contractor, right? And so he would always get like all the Happy Meal toys. And he had the Sonic Heroes little handheld, right? He had the Sonic handheld when Sonic Heroes was a promotional thing. Here, I'm gonna look it up. I can't believe we're doing this like off the jump, chat. Oh no. If I looked up Sonic Heroes toys, you know what I'm gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pakistani Sonic. I'm not gonna get the Sonic that we need. We're gonna get the Sonic that we deserve, which is Sonic Pakistani. You still have 1994 in your search. Oh! Happy Meal commercial. These things. Hold on. We're gonna look them up. If YouTube works. Yeah, this right here. These guys right here. Nintendo DS. Sonic Heroes for the Nintendo DS. Touching is good. Is this the one? Oh, I think this is it. Yeah. Who cares? You're not a hedgehog. Who cares about you, kid? Wipeout, dude.
Looks like you could use one of these. You can get into the action with one of these handheld Sonic games and...
Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, this was none of them.
Dude, looks like you could use one of these. You can get into the...
this, okay, so like,
With one of these handheld Sonic games.
so none of these Sonic games were the ones that we got, right? Like, none of these Sonic games were the ones that we ended up getting. But, holy crap, I remember this. Does anyone remember the Pokemon Gold cards from BK? I never really paid much attention to, like, the Burger King toys. All I remember is the McDonald's ones. So, like, although the commercial here makes me think that this is the American version of, like, the Pakistani ones, when, you know, the ones where it's like, Shadow Basketball, Sonic Skateboard, that. You know, those. But it's like the Americanized version of that. Holy shit. He wiped out so hard that he ends up seeing Sonic.
Dude, looks like you could use one of these. You can get into the action with one of these handheld Sonic games in every McDonald's Happy Meal.
See, like, we didn't have these, or rather, like, the one that we have is not any of these. It's like one where, like, you're Sonic and you're running through, like, Green Hill Zone and you need, like, time jumps and stuff like that, right? You need to, like, time jumps over, like, little pillars and stuff. And you have to try and get, you know, the max score. However, if that's here, chat, are you fine with me, like, going to get it real quick? Are you fine with me going to get this real fast? I'm gonna, like, post it and send it, like, in the Discord, and then I'm gonna show you all, okay? I'm gonna show you exactly what we have, okay? We'll be back in a second. Big the Cat's Big Fishing Adventure, available in your McDonald's Happy Meal. I'm literally taking away from the main point of this. I was literally about to tell you, like, why 2025 is already ruined for me, but now we're already, like, reminiscing on, like, Sonic toys from, like, the 2000s. Oh, Mayo, do it. The Sonic Twitter did release a sequel to the LCD Big game. Is it literally just Big the Cat's Big Fishing Adventure? I'll be back in a second. I'd show it to you all just live. I don't have a webcam with me right now. I don't have a webcam with me right now, and the only camera that I have is my phone. Here, I'm gonna take a photo of it and I'm gonna send it. But no, literally my roommate, he was, like, looking through his treasure trove of weird knickknacks from ye old days of McDonald's. From ye old days of McDonald's. And he found the Holy Grail. Oh my god, I made it slightly blurry, that makes it even funnier. Hold on just a second. Okay. Also, Sonic 3 is awesome. You all need to go see it. We had a lot of fun during it. I dressed up in my Knuckles fit, which was very dapper and very, very cool. And not at all a giant dork move. Well, no, you know what? No, it is a giant dork move. This right here, hold on. I'm coming back up. This right here, okay? This right here is the toy. This guy, my roommate pulled this out, and I was just like, I remember this! Why is Sonic's flesh the same color as his glove? Like, he pulled it out, and now he had it, like, just sitting in the living room. It's sitting there like the Holy Grail. No, the site for Big the Cat's Big Fishing Adventure 3 doesn't work anymore. Well, that just means if someone redevelops it, you can claim the web the web address as your own. You know? You'll get all of the weirdly nostalgic Sonic fans. Me, I'm the weirdly nostalgic Sonic fans. But no, we had this, and what you would do is Here, I'm just gonna do it right now. I want you to hear the sounds coming out of this thing. This thing is so quiet. But basically what you do in it is you're supposed to, like, help Sonic get over, like, the little pillars here, right? It's basically like all of, like, the interactivity of a Tiger game, right? It's like a few images of Sonic and such. I love Sonic, been playing since Sonic 1 on Genesis, but I never go to the movies, so I haven't seen any of them. I want to eventually. I recommend them. I recommend them for, like, longtime Sonic fans. I've been a longtime Sonic fan, but no. The point I want to make with this is that with this handheld, there's, like, no skill involved. Shocking, I know. But let me explain. Let me explain why there's no skill involved. Because in order to win, you just need to keep pressing the big red button there, right? Just keep pressing it over and over again. There is no timing involved. There's no nothing, right? If you just keep pressing it, Sonic will jump over whatever it is he needs to jump over every single time. There is no timing involved. It is simply an illusion created to just stuff plastic waste into a kid's meal. But I love this. It has a lot of charm, and I'm glad that my roommate uncovered it. But, like, the real point I want to make, right, is that Sonic 3 toys are back. As in the movie. Like, the movie toys are back in here, right? Rather, like, there are toys for the Sonic 3 movie. And they are the cheapest looking things I've ever seen. I actually kind of want to see the Sonic 3 Happy Meal commercial. I've not seen it.
Welcome back again.
Ah! I don't know who you are. Sonic 3 McDonald's commercial. This right here. What is this? How does Sonic return to McDonald's in 2024?
Team Sonic is...
I can't believe Knuckles is working minimum wage.
Team Sonic is back at McDonald's. You can join them for a supercharged Happy Meal from the new Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie. Theaters rated PG.
That's why Shadow is so distraught in Sonic 3, because he couldn't get his Happy Meal. Knuckles working at McDonald's feels racist somehow. Oh my god. That's dark. Also, hi, Dark Raven. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. We have quite a few people in chat tonight. Hopefully everyone is having a good evening. But no, I wanted to get one of these Happy Meal toys just for shits and giggles. Because I have a personal goal in 2024, rather in 2025, to eat less fast food. And by doing that, I'm gonna eat, like, a frozen pizza every week. Only that for, like, unhealthy stuff. And in that, I'm gonna be trying to find which frozen pizza is the best one. However, that will be the only kind of, like, junky stuff that I'll have in terms of, like, food, right? At least that's the goal. That's the goal. But I want to mark my final McDonald's for hopefully a long time by getting a Sonic Happy Meal toy, right? Like, I was there at midnight. I was getting the last McDonald's I'm probably gonna have for a while. And I walk up to the guy, grown-ass man, full goatee. I asked him point blank, can I have a Sonic Happy Meal toy with this? And he told me something that would crush my dreams. He told me, only if you buy a Happy Meal. Hopes dashed right there. And you know what? I considered going back up there and just getting the Happy Meal because it's like $3 and it's like barely enough food to feed a child, right? Like they skimp on that so hard. Although back in the day, you could only get the fries or the apple slices. These days, they just include the apple slices.
Hello, Mario.
Right? It was back on Black Friday when I got a McRib. Overrated sandwich, by the way. But no, I walked out of there. I told him, don't worry about it. It's fine. I walked out to my car. I stared at my car for like what had to have been a minute. And I was just thinking to myself, I could go back in there and get it. So I turned around to go and get the Happy Meal. And I was just standing outside the McDonald's for another minute, just like weighing the options, right? Like, do I care about Sonic 3 that much? And regrettably, I chose that I did not. So I drove away without the Happy Meal toy. 2025, already ruined, chat. But 2026 is going to be my year for sure. 2026 will be the one, chat. Mark my words. But yeah, that's how I spent my New Year's Eve. Trying to get a Sonic 3 toy. I'm a very well-adjusted adult. Hopefully, everyone else had a good holiday weekend. I think I remember when they did not have the apple slices option at McDonald's. Really fucked up. Already fucked up 2026 will be my year. All because of Sonic. Sonic fans are eating in 2025, but I am not. I am not eating. All I'm eating is a quarter pounder with cheese and bacon and some fries, but no Happy Meal. Well, I probably shouldn't eat the quarter pounder these days. No, let's run an ad and then we're actually going to get to our show proper, chat. Hopefully everyone is having fun already. I know that we started out a little slow, but I think we're basically off to the races at this point. I never felt stronger than when I didn't get Sanrio Yu-Gi-Oh toys from McDonald's last year. Well, you and I can bask in our nerd-related failure together, so you didn't get Yu-Gi-Oh, I didn't get Sonic. It all evens out. You don't need to apologize for yapping, we here for that. I'll yap about Sonic forever, chat. But at some point, we need to get to the show proper. So, we're going to run an ad and then we're going to get going, okay? We're all rolls on after this.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my
I'm
dudes?
getting more water real quick and spitting out my gum.
So what do you think Super Mario RPG is about? Saving the princess? Wrong. In the very beginning of the game, Bowser does kidnap the famous lady of video games, but you rescue her after a quick battle on a falling chandelier. Then a huge living sword named Smithy drops from the sky and smashes into Bowser's castle, throwing everyone outside. The princess and Bowser are lost, and you have to find them. At an odd point in your quest, you actually join your enemy, Bowser, and discover the princess in Booster's tower. Who the heck is Booster? Who knows? The princess is a feisty gal. She even tricks Bowser into kissing Mario as a prank. Don't mess with the princess. She doesn't like to play games. But we like to play this one. Super Mario RPG is full of fun. The battle controls are the best of any RPG. Other Nintendo characters also have cameos. Donkey Kong appears in the jungle. Link from the Zelda games is found sleeping in one of the inns, and the 8-bit ancestor of Mario is found behind a curtain in Booster's tower. The 3D graphics of this game are outstanding. You will love this game. The only flaws are the poor hit detection outside of the battle screens and the low difficulty level. You'll beat this game in a week tops if you play a lot every day. Nevertheless, you have to play this game, so rent it, have a ball playing it, beat it, and return it. Mario is back on top.
Grab a pen or pencil, quick.
In Super Mario RPG,
Om
you have to
nom
play
nom.
3
Oh,
different
excuse me,
songs
we're
at
back,
3
my
different
dudes.
times in order to win membership cards for the drink bar in Tadpole Pond. The last song is the hardest to play. The notes are La Ti Do.
I'm back,
Re
chat.
Sol, Do Re Mi. I hope you're writing this down.
I hope you're
Look
writing it
closely at
down,
the
chat.
placement of the tadpole shown here to see
I'm
where
not
the
here
notes
to
go.
make sure that you
Again,
are.
The notes are La Ti Do.
I'm not here to make sure that
Re
you're
Sol,
taking notes.
Do Re Mi. We'll leave it up for the slow riders out there. Playing this tune will win you the Soprano card, which will allow you to buy
The
Caro Caro
Sopranos
colas at
card,
the drink
uh-oh.
bar. These special colas restore all hit points and magic points for your party. Some games really tick you off from time to time. Super Mario RPG is one of them. In one section of the game, you have to climb vines to reach Nimbus Land.
Write that down, we
which is
can't look it
floating
up.
high in the sky. Our game guy Tom
If you do,
Allen
it's
was
an
so
automatic
mad,
F.
He almost broke his controller in half.
Ah!
Leg control in this area is awful, especially this
Someone
jump right
please,
here.
like, go
He's
back
still
and
trying to make
mark
this
that
jump
down
without
and send it to me.
We'll have the ending to this
I'll make it a
otherwise
sticker
fun game
tonight
on a
in
future
the
episode.
the
So
server.
Keep watching the show for more coverage of that famous mustachioed plumber.
All right, cool. Well, now that the opening spiel is behind us, chat, we're already 40 minutes into the stream. That's honestly fucking crazy. Did we really spend 40 minutes talking about Sonic? That's crazy. Tron Ares. I can't say I've ever seen any of the Tron movies. I know of them, though. I know of Tron. Bold of you to assume I know how to go back and view anything. Well, you can clip stuff. Wait, hold on, chat. I gotta do one more thing. Ah! Holy shit. Oh my god. I have that on so loud. Ah! Oh no. I need to check something real quick, chat. I need to open up my Fortnite stuff. Granted, I have kind of been a Tron fan. That's base. I think. Is Tron good? Like what is Tron about? Explain Tron in like 3 sentences. Explain Tron to me in like 3 sentences. I'm being like dead serious.
Serotonin, please.
Oh, serotonin, yes. Holy shit, that's a good guitar. Wow.
Ara.
Stev all in on Skippity Toilet. In your dreams. In your dreams. I know it's in there, but I'm not buying it.
Oh my god!
I literally thought I unlocked that, chat. I literally thought that I unlocked the freaking Kurt Angle thing. That was so well timed. Also, this is a bass track here. Is Skivvy Toilet still here? Oh, hey, you got the Iron Spider. That's awesome. Oh, wow. That is an awesome guitar. Wow. Is this also... Okay, that's a bass that you can't tune at all, it looks like. This has one tune. This has one tunage. And that's Iron Man. I don't know, dude. I just fucking love this skin. This is so cool. Let's see. Do we still have the Skibbity Toilet in here? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Skibbity Toilet is no longer here. Oh, they got Fat Lip in here. Hell yeah. I do not think Skibbity Toilet's here now. I think that's been flushed away, chat. Oh my god, Fortnite, I'm suing Epic BRB. Sue them for copyright infringement on my behalf, please. Even though that was not even made by me. Basically, the main character gets trapped in a computer and he has to fight against the program that digitized him, and that is the first movie. Tron is kind of an isekai about computer viruses in a way. Always very pretty to look at. I've always been mesmerized by like the look of Tron. The direction of its art style is very unique to it. I marked that moment, chat. That's going straight to Jadazo.
No more skibbity Fortnite. Rizless, oraless behavior. Send them to Sigma, Ohio.
Make sure that he's hit with the Phantom tax.
Someone's been busy, hasn't she?
I'd like to think I understood the assignment.
That you have. And it's still the tip of the iceberg. Have a fantastic opportunity for you.
I'm listening.
William Regal has like a slack jaw.
Unique experiences in WWE. A position where you'll be able to set the agenda, take control of the whole of the WWE universe, and truly make a mark.
And this magical mystery opportunity will let me do all that?
Indeed, in the prestigious role of WWE Raw General Manager.
Isn't that you? What, are you going on vacation or something?
Mufasa is killing Sonic worldwide somehow, is it? I thought that Sonic was beating Mufasa.
But this is fertile ground for you too. Stepping into a WWE authority role, applying your talents to the other side of sports entertainment.
Stick out your giant for the Rizzler.
You're
so skibbity. You're so fun and tax. I just want to be your Sigma.
You're giant! Yes. Yes. Ah. I am so glad for automated text. For like text to speech. Mufasa, the Lion King. Disney adults are even worse outside of America. Let's see how much it's already made. 365 million at the box office. Now what about Sonic?
Giant.
Giant? That's the plural of gyro.
Giat. 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 I don't know anymore.
Giat! Hey! Hey, you got it. You got it. Giat. That's alright. That's alright, Homunculus. You can just continue eating your Cheetos. Lord knows it's already.
May I have your attention, please? I have just received an email from the anonymous Raw General Manager. And I quote, Cheetos in my mouth now please, yum yum yum.
Well, if you insist. It is, after all, 2011, so we gotta do it. Or we could just smash the laptop and be done with it. Just bring out Hornswoggle. Let the storyline be over with. So yeah, Sonic has made $234 million at the box office, which is still a lot. That's still a lot, mind you. I can almost guarantee you, though, that the majority of, like, Mufasa's money is probably coming from China. Because Disney makes damn sure that their movies can be seen in China. Because, well, it's one of the world's biggest markets. Hornswoggle, comedy gold, let's use that character forever. Sarcasm. I hate Twitch Mobile. I tried clipping that Fortnite bit and it cuts off right at the point of the redeem. Ah, shit. Damn it. The story of an orphan who would be king. Is that me? I'm not an orphan.
I'm not convinced that this offer isn't just because you want a vacation. But nonetheless, I'll do it.
Splendid. I can't wait to catch my flight. See you in action.
So when do I start?
Well, I should start heading to the airport. So, how's now?
Seriously?
Don't worry, Raw practically GMs itself. Sure, Bianca needs a challenger for Survivor Series. Bailey and Becky have both been bothering me incessantly about their booking, and the suits in Stamford are especially sensitive to ratings right now. But you'll figure it out.
Oh boy, don't I know it, brother.
Itself.
I'm gonna pop a rating and then Triple H is gonna come out and take credit for it.
Wait, no. Charlotte needs an
Just goes, oh my god!
Actually, this is a good way for you to set the tone of how you'll be running Raw. Every match should tell a story, so you just need to decide which story you'd like to tell.
Such as?
This lip syncing is still better than most budget titles out there.
To challenge the Queen. Maybe someone she has a lot of history with, like Rhea Ripley. Or maybe you want to dig into Charlotte's past a bit further. She goes way back with Natalya, including the feud that made Charlotte the first woman to hold all major singles titles in WWE. So, what kind of story do you want to tell? Who will you choose to take on Charlotte?
Who we taking on Charlotte with, chat? I'm personally going for Natalya. Because we have it, because, you know, I've already seen enough of Rhea Ripley. We had a whole story with her, you know? She doesn't need more screen time. Ripley, no, I mean, listen, chat, if you want Ripley, I'll do Ripley. But I'm leaning towards Natalya, honestly. Let's run the match back. Many years later. We love Dom too much to pick Rhea. Are you sure you love him or you hate him? Ah, yes, the big Natalya feud that everyone totally remembers. Well, listen, we have a chance to make it something worthwhile here, right? By not picking out on Natalya, we are missing out on a golden opportunity. You know? I just know Lyons is a MAGA freak. Oh, that's shit. That WrestleMania match between the two is pretty sick. It was. It was. But we've had that match already. Right? Which is why, by not picking Natalya, we're missing out on a golden opportunity. You know? We're missing out on a golden opportunity to have a match that's longer than 3 minutes and one that people want to watch. You know? Instead of it being on pay-per-view for a title that Charlotte loses in 3 minutes, we have them go out there on Raw, we give them 10 minutes, and then they put on a solid match for the sickos, you know? We have them put on a solid, you know, technical wrestling match for the sickos. Natalya is actually good people, just don't think about it because she got overshadowed by Beth Phoenix and then the Divas Revolution. Well, there you go. I mean, like, that right there's enough. That right there is enough stuff. Natty can set a world record of most number of mid-matches in a year. I say this as an Natalya fan for a decade plus. Shall we pull it? Yes, let's pull it. So I feel like that we're going to take out Nikita Lyons. I don't feel like that there's a lot of support for her. But you know what? No, let's put her in there. Put her in there. Mods, can I please set up a poll? Rather, can you please set up, like, a 1-minute poll? Keep thinking that the red controller is the one I need to use. I need to use the blue one, because that one hasn't failed on me yet. Let me know if you're setting up the poll, my friends. I need to get my water. Hold on just a second. Hold on, I got it, don't worry. Lions. Just type in /poll and it will give you something. There. Poll set up. I'm gonna go get my water. I'm not gonna vote in my own poll because that's cheating. Got 30 seconds, chat. Get it in. I have no clue how we're gonna be doing this. But like, I can't imagine that we're gonna be like booking matches, right? I can't imagine we're gonna be booking matches like it like it's GM mode or something. This right here is gonna be some predetermined stuff. All right, Natty won. Cool. I now know how to do the polls. I'm improving as a mod, LMAO.
Natalia is an OG around here, and I want to reward consistent fans with a match that has some long-term history to it. I'll book her against Charlotte this week.
Fantastic choice. Well, good luck to you. I have every confidence. And just a word of advice. Do try to be as neutral as possible as GM. You may find yourself rooting for the talent you put forth. Sometimes even as strongly as if you were in the ring yourself.
I think that's actually kind of a neat point, honestly, of how you want to push people. And then you kind of have like a bit of an attachment to them. That's actually kind of like an interesting thing there. You're about to enter Storygate. Let's do it. Cool. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be playing this match. Not watching it. Oh my god! There's a new boss on Monday Night Raw, huh? Wow. Which is why we book Dom versus Shining Wizard every week forever. Exactly. We gotta give the people what they want, brother. Alright, chat, here we go. Holy aura, Batman. Are we building like a small fan base for Natalia here?
To that point, Natalia has won more matches than any other woman in WWE history.
This right here is like probably like top of the second hour stuff, right? Like people are just tuning in, they're coming home, and then they're getting a match for the sickos here. And we keep Tony D'Angelo at the bottom of the card so he can't ruin Shining Wizard's run, brother. Yeah, exactly. He came really close that one time. And have you noticed ever since then that SmackDown has been completely just on the upswing? Ever since that we made sure that he only appeared on Main Event, the last match of Main Event. Ratings have been up ever since, brother.
A woman who helped usher in a genuine women's evolution in WWE alongside her fellow four horsewomen. The most highly decorated female superstar.
All right, let's give this 10-minute shit a Main Event feel.
Future first ballot Hall of Famer. Born into this business, the daughter of a two-time.
Yeah, ever since then, have you noticed that Shining Wizard's injury rate has completely gone down ever since? I bet you have. 4 horsewomen? Name all 4 of them, Cole. I dare you. Well, you see, there's Charlotte Flair, Bayley, Becky Lynch, and Bianca Belair. Nope, there's no other one. There's no other one. Holy crap. Holy heel energy, dude. I want Natalia to fuck her up. Just finished my lesson, ready for the match to start. Well, you joined us right here, right in the middle of the Long Boy Zone, where Natalia and Charlotte Flair are about to have a barn burner of a match here. Horsewomen, are those Equestria girls? Well, if you watch the EQG Rumble, you might think that. Peaky and Fluttershy are the 2 biggest horsewomen. We saw that for ourselves.
It's a new era on Raw as the captain helms the ship.
You know what? New era, new year, new era. All right, chat, give me like 10 minutes here, okay? We're gonna make this go for like 10 minutes, all right? Now, in order to get to that point, we need the proper music.
Temporary general manager. So far, it looks promising.
This is awesome. Of course, we need to let Charlotte get her shit in right away. Alright, we need to, right now we need to work it over. Now we need to work over the arm. And the yeah, we need to work over the arm, chat. Hey, okay. They're traded holds, chat. For the sickos. Natty's gear is quite something else, lol. It's not the abdominals. Whoa, holding up the leg. Holy crap, Natalia's submission game is on point. Chain wrestling here on Monday Night Raw. But of course, the Dragon Sleeper in once again. Holy crap. All right, we need to start working over those legs. It's Monday Night Dynamite. New year, new era. We booking Dynamite now? Holy crap. Right, we're 2 minutes in, chat. We're 2 minutes in. I want to give this 10, okay? All right, the first cover of the match. Natalia's not going down that easy. She's used to working short matches, but tonight, holy crap. She's here to bring the fire to the queen. Throwing some way too early pins to stretch the match a little. You're right. Oh, hello. My God, you're right. Holy crap, and we're going to the outside. Okay.
To the outside. This could get wild.
Holy crap, holy crap.
Things not going how she'd like. That's the sort of merciless attack we've come.
We gotta throw in some chin locks too, chat.
Display of offense with that maneuver.
What is Charlotte's reign compared to Natty for her? I can almost guarantee you that Natty is like lower on the overall rankings compared to Charlotte. Which is why she's sort of an underdog here. All right, we gotta work over the leg now. Oh my God.
These two showing how well scouted they each are. Into the corner. This can't be good.
Holy shit. Yeah, spear.
Oh, wicked kick to the lower back. Attacking the knee. Will this be enough?
Or will this be enough? One. Only a 1 count.
2 count at this juncture.
Come on.
Hooking their opponent.
Ooh. Wow. And Natalya getting to show some of her power here. With the delayed... Whoa! Holy shit. 1. No. Only a 1 count for the... Chad, is she called the Queen of Hearts? Wow. Wait, Maxine Dupree is higher rated than Indy Valhalla and Nikki Cross? What in the WWE 13?
Taking out the knee. The close of this match is just ahead. Yeah, she's looking drained.
All right, the toe hold. Nice.
Have to beat the woman, and Charlotte is in danger of losing that moniker right now.
All right, we need the indie kicks and the punches. Chop.
Just teeing off with that.
That veteran wiliness from Natalya here. Center of the ring, these two rivals. Charlotte looking to get her win back here tonight on Monday Night Raw. After 10 long years, will she be able to get it back? Pin!
No, she kicks out. Somehow she's still in this matchup. It's unbelievable. Oh, the Queen of Hearts is fired up tonight.
All right, yeah. It is the Queen of Hearts. Damn, you got a boo yay in a random women's match. Listen, the Raw faithful here know what's up. Or maybe it's the Dynamite faithful and they just snuck in. Whoa! Whoa!
German suplex.
Come on. Oh, spear! That's it.
Damaging Flair with absolute cruel intentions.
The crowd craves good wrestling. Oh no, the figure four! Oh, and she bridges! She bridges!
Charlotte Flair can taste the victory. Moments away. It's only
She bridges it over! Oh, Natalya gets out of it! No way! Sharpshooter! Trading finishers! And immediately into the sharpshooter! Holy shit, immediately! Immediately out of it! How much more do they have within each other? Natural selection! Ooh! Holy crap! Not even a 1 count! Nobody in this arena can believe it! Why is this match actually good? Not even a 1 count, nobody can believe it! Can you believe it, King? Not even a 1 count from the Queen! Jim the Anvil Neidhart is smiling down from above.
look at Natalya getting the crowd involved. You can tell.
Come on!
Able to parry that one. Oh, that can rock you.
Whoa, hello! All right, we got big torso damage now. All right, do we have any other finishers besides the sharpshooter? Natty by nature. We got the pin-up strong? The what now?
Stop to the knee. And she denies Charlotte.
Continuing to work over the legs of Natalya. Both of these women have similar strategies here going into this. This is not going to be it. Whoa! No way! Rope break just in the nick of time.
Well scouted by Charlotte. Defenses are sharp in this series of reversals. veteran confidence and mind games.
All right. Natalia's looking to finish this one off. Discus Lariat!
In-ring prowess there. She did her homework there.
Ooh, chop block! Chop block from the Queen.
Someone call him dentist.
Ooh! Taking a little bit here to show a bit of disrespect to Natalia. No! That's it. Call a dentist, Britt Baker mention. What a match.
The Queen claims her throne as Charlotte Flair defeats Natalya. Genetic superiority on display, gentlemen.
I'll tell you what, Natalia had her on the ropes there. I think we booked a barn burner in the middle of Raw, guys. We showed up to work and we booked that shit. We did a good job. I mean, in 2024, Natalia didn't need the win, did she? She's a made woman. But she wanted to go out there and turn that mid-card shit into a main event. And I feel like that's exactly what she did. GM of Raw, did you have a career pivot? What a match, chat. I'm still an in-ring competitor, but this was an opportunity I couldn't refuse. I don't think Regal would let me refuse it, actually. But being an authority figure in WWE does seem like a rite of passage. That's very cool. Listen, this job is a real responsibility. You'll have superstars slipping into your DMs, catching you backstage, asking for favors. Don't be wooed by the attention and the fun parts of the job and neglect the real work. Real work? Is it being a GM or a promoter just moving names around on a whiteboard? Kidding. I'm taking this seriously. Hey, why don't you come to a taping soon and see firsthand? Besides, how cool will it be to see me running the show for the first time? It'll certainly be a departure from our TBD days. Sure will. But you know what? Okay, hold on. We got a bunch of decisions, chat. We got a bunch of like just weird decisions. Call a dentist, Britt Baker mention. Effective immediately, Gina will be temporarily taking over my responsibilities of general manager of Raw. Don't know why I expected for Gina to find me a formidable opponent. That was easy. Really now? If Natty were beating you, you'd be saying that I set you up for failure. I know it. Because you're just that kind of person. That is just the kind of person that you are. Alright. We need unread. I know you have a big decision about who's going to challenge Bianca for the title next. I'd love for the opportunity to face her at Survivor Series. Hit me back so I can prove I'm the right choice. Yo, GM the Captain. What's happened to... just happened to be here that Bianca needs her next opponent. I have the best suggestion. Spoiler. It's me. Bayley versus Bianca. Alliteration. It even sounds great. It does. But so does Becky versus Bianca. You're not making the best case for yourself, honestly. So like, what is this story? Are we just like kind of doing I love these photos. I love these photos on the wall. She has a point. Well, yeah, but like Becky also starts with B. Again, not really making the best case there. Is that a T-Rex?
You're not here to give me another amulet, are you?
No amulets this time.
Making a triple threat, triple B match. Like MJF's run his AEW title. What happened to your dark powers? We kind of got rid of those. And we traded them for a higher tax bracket.
I will accept.
I appreciated that you brought attention to a rivalry that was strong, but that might not be top of mind for more recent viewers. You seem to really care about deeper cuts of WWE history.
Yeah, exactly. It's AEW. I do, actually.
You can reference rivalries from the past without alienating newer members of the WWE universe.
Exactly. We went out there and we had a match that everyone was chanting, "This is awesome," to it.
In that case, maybe you'd want to help me with something. I never truly got to settle things with my old friend Nikki Cross. We had a few matches after our time tagging with each other, but we have unfinished business.
You're right.
I gotcha. I'll set up a match for the next Raw.
Do we get to pick the stipulation? Ooh! Hey, chat. Chat, I think this might actually be kind of cool. I think... Wait. What does the whiteboard say? Live 52 weeks a year! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I don't want to fight.
I don't want to fight either.
Then maybe we can work together on my idea?
And what's that?
Survivor Series. I know for a fact that not only has Raw not announced a main event, but Regal had nothing in the plans yet. So, let's take the bull by the horns and do something truly spectacular. War Games.
Shit idea.
You can't just book a War Games match.
We've been doing that every single year. Can we do something else?
Are you GM in name only?
No. I mean, I love War Games as much as the next person. But it's not a match to be taken lightly. You need a reason.
Battle of the Bees.
Merits putting two teams who
It's
want
the
each
spelling
other's
bee.
throats inside a double ring cage to battle it out with abandon. Who'd even be the captains?
I captained my team in NXT, and I was excellent.
Ah, so this is the classic, my pitch is that I should be in a
Whoa,
main event.
games.
Right? There are rules to booking.
Excuse me.
Yeah, exactly.
When did Little Miss TBD Rebel, who puts people through tables, become a lawful, good rule follower? Don't you ever just want to smash things for the hell of it anymore?
It's bad booking, chat. We need story. You know? I'm thinking we say it's bad booking. I'm thinking we say it's bad booking. All right? In my opinion, Gina's vision for Raw, or just kind of vision for like WWE, I feel like it would be a bit more balanced. But she also comes from a hardcore background. Professionals have standards. But to be fair, we did start the playthrough by putting someone through a flaming table. So, I feel like she would want to smash things, right? So, Gina's gone corporate for real. Smashing things, though. Smashing things is a good selling point.
Actually, you may have a point. I do miss that.
So let's screw the so-called rules and do this.
All right, but if we get like 12 pay-per-view buys, it's on your head.
And we can absolutely destroy each other in that cage. We pick teams, go all out, and millions of people tune in to watch the joyful carnage. The two of us are perfect for War Games. You're the captain, and I already drive a tank to the ring, for crying out loud.
The corporate
You know what,
Gina.
Patsy? It might not be a terrible idea. Let me think on it.
I have All Out. WWE invades AEW. Monday Night Raw invades Dynamite and vice versa. It's like the NXT TNA stuff, but good. Joke. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's a joke. Maybe it is. Or maybe it isn't, brother.
If I could have a minute.
What is it, Troy? I honestly don't have time for your tone tonight. I'm trying to manage a show.
On Shotzi's tank, LMAO.
My tone? I would never use a tone with you. I think you're doing a great job. Top notch.
I mean, listen, dude. I almost beat you up twice, both with bad girl powers and dark magic. So.
Haha, very funny. Oh, you're serious. I guess now that I'm the management, you have to suck up to me.
Hey! Ha ha ha! The shoe's on the other foot. Shining Wizard never had this luxury.
I'm not sucking up. I think your ideas are genius, boss.
Meanwhile, you're still on SmackDown trying to screw over Shining Wizard. You know what? We are that bitch. Of course they're good.
Of course they are, Troy. I'm smart. Now what's up?
Exactly.
Becky and Bailey. They're being particularly difficult in hounding us to be named Bianca's next challenger at Survivor Series. I'm sure they snuck into your DMs too, but I'm used to superstars pestering us for opportunities. No offense. But this is getting out of hand.
No offense. Listen, we have not approached you for a single title match this whole playthrough, and honestly, we're dumb for that.
How do you want me to handle it?
Make a suggestion. Give Troy a hard time. You know, I don't think that... Listen. We're starting out here on the job. We're here to do business, right? Sure, we may enjoy carnage, but at the end of the day, we're here to do business. So I'm gonna make a suggestion.
Why don't we just have Becky and Bailey face each other for the title opportunity? It'll be a great match and solve our problem.
The only right answer is give Troy a hard time, because fuck him. I mean, that is the right answer, but unfortunately that's not the one I picked.
Great suggestion, boss. I'll set it up. Wow, you really know your stuff.
I could get used to this version of you, Troy.
I should have been that bitch. Man. I don't know if I'm cut out for this general manager stuff. Now that I think about it. I don't put my foot down. So, welcome to the big leagues. Right now we're in... It's kind of the general story here of Raw. Book the match, brother. Just announced tonight on WWE Raw. Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross open old wounds in the ring. Oh, I'm glad we're getting this match at Gina. Thank you. Now let's be honest. Who do you think will win? Well, Alexa has been at my back this whole time. You know, even though we didn't really listen to her before, she has been backing me this whole time. Meanwhile, Nikki Cross tried to get us in on like a weird meditation cult. So I'm backing Alexa. What are you talking about what are you talking about? I am a fair and balanced GM who will remain neutral. So wait, am I coming out with Alexa? I'm pretty sure that I'm coming out with Alexa.
Here comes
Is this Alexa Bliss's new music?
and Lily too.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
Oh, is the Lily doll just part of like her image now?
She's held the SmackDown, Raw, and Women's Tag titles on multiple occasions each. The second woman in WWE.
Now this will probably reveal how much I pay attention to WWE. Why does she still have the doll? Why does she still have the doll? I thought that she got rid of that thing when she stopped doing the stuff with the Fiend. It didn't make any sense while it was happening. I will never forget the doll winking in post chat. I'll never forget it. That was truly one of the moments of all time. I'm getting tired of seeing this person, chat.
From Glasgow, Scotland.
So, like, we agree to certain matches, right?
Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross have a lot of history together.
Oh.
Our GM Cat continues
Attempt to defeat Nikki Cross. Oh, okay. So, like, we're not coming out to them, but I guess that just kind of... I guess backing just, like, implies who we control, right? Okay. Well, in that case, the amount of factions Nikki has been in is also kind of scary. Very true.
the formula so far, that's for sure.
She has been in a lot of them, yes.
But hey, 2 weeks down.
How's the Wyatt 6 doing? Like, what are they doing these days? Snap DDT.
Ooh, leg snap. And again.
Now this one here.
Just pinning the arm down and then
Remember Sanity? Oh, I sure do.
waiting for that. Unbelievable athleticism.
Some might call that showing off, but what a display. What a way to flaunt your abilities.
I have a feeling that, like, this right here is kind of like a return match, right, chat? Like, this right here is, like, Alexa's first match in, like, a while, right? I've not really been able to watch Raw lately. That is fine. Who knows, LMAO? As far as I know, they're kind of there. That's disappointing. I know they came in with a lot of, like, fanfare. Alright. So how are we booking this match, chat? Do we want it to be fair and balanced? Do we want it to be fair and balanced? Do we want it to be, like, competitive, or do we just want this to be, like, Alexa all the way through? Apparently, Alexa hasn't been on WWE TV since early 2023 because she had a kid. Okay.
First a knife edge chop and now continuing the
Well, Nikki has been on the roster consistently. No, she hasn't. She has not been on the roster consistently. She's been a character on the roster consistently. Either that or the wiki is horribly outdated. I do not think Alexa Bliss stands would allow for the wiki to be outdated. Squash Nikki. Squash her. Alright. So, like, this right here is, like, right after the first match. I'll give Nikki a little bit of offense, but this is mostly going to be Alexa's match.
added damage. That was a vicious display. You can almost see the disdain in their eyes. Dominating. Her shoulders are down. Strong kick out there.
Not even a near fall there.
I feel like they were just dragging stuff until Netflix debut. They could with the Punk Rollins face-to-face, in my opinion, though. It's gonna be back at the Rumble, though, which would be cool. It will be cool. And we'll probably be watching it in the server, because we cannot go to the Rumble, even though it's in my area, because of WWE's shitty dynamic ticket pricing. Tickets are just way too expensive, chat. I can't do it. I cannot do it in the way I would like to. All right, I feel like we've given Nikki enough offense. Ooh, nice. I feel like we've given Nikki enough offense, chat. Let's get her back into the ring. Let's get this back into the ring. Oh, hey. Damn. All right, we gotta do our 3 moves of doom, chat. Ooh, play it possum. 1, 2. No way. I thought for sure that we were gonna do that. Just laugh at her. I feel that when Raw was here, they asked for like $200 for a seat, and I was like, ha, nope.
It's almost time
Where
for
were
a
you
90
positioned?
seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
No, it is not. Hold on. Where were you guys sat? We gotta do the indie punches. Indie punches, let's go. Come on. Ah, T-Brain. Holy shit. Ah, pulling on the hair. Nice. Nice. All right, the floating DD. No. Oh shit. Well, we didn't squash her. She's certainly getting her shit in.
Pushing her to do some savage things. Very frightening to be in playtime with Nikki Cross.
I got 3 minutes of playtime. That it? 1, 2, 3. There you go. That was a... I mean, that was a squash. That was like a 7-minute match. And Nikki Cross did get a little bit of shit in. So, like, are we going to get, like, overly meta with this? Like, are we going to become, like, you were controlling me in the match? And I'm just like, what? Here, let's check our social media. Aside from everything else, complicated emotions to say the least, that match against some Alexa just felt like a long time coming. Thanks for giving me the chance at Gina. Aw, you're welcome. Just thinking about how Survivor Series is coming up and Gina hasn't announced any kind of epic, super popular and exciting match type yet. If only someone had a great idea for one. Oh boy, do you have a good idea?
Come to congratulate me on a successful show?
Hell yeah, give me the praise.
I was just out back soaking in the success of the Alexa-Nikki match.
So you didn't see the #1 contender match with Becky and Bayley?
No, that match practically booked itself. Why? Who won? Who are we putting against Bianca at Survivor Series?
We have a problem. Damage control ran in during the match, and at first it looked like maybe a straightforward DQ victory for Becky, but then she got irked and went after them. And technically the bell rang at some point, but with all the fighting that broke out outside the ring, nobody really won. And we still need a challenger for Bianca.
Oh boy, you gotta love those dusty finishes.
If I may make a meager suggestion, Survivor Series is right around the corner. You may just have to step up as GM and make a decision.
I will make a decision. We're gonna make a decision that makes...
No, we still have one Raw left before Survivor Series. Let's do a rematch. Becky versus Bayley to determine Bianca's challenger.
Okay, but how are we gonna make sure there's no interference? Are we gonna do it in the steel cage? This Raw or Nitro? It's dynamite, baby.
Do you really think the match will
Let's go ignite, finish this around in a flash of light. Do you really think the match will go any differently this time around?
I do. Because as much as it pains me to admit it, you're right about one thing. I need to step up as GM. So I'll be serving as special guest referee.
No, that's not gonna fix anything. You gotta put them in the cage. Although I understand why you would want to do that, because With all due respect, well, it's that Becky Bailey match. I mean, it was entertaining and controversy is good, but Survivor Series is really soon. I know. I'm already holding a rematch. I'm taking
It's
care
almost
of it. I'm
time
even
for a
stepping
90
in as special
seconds
guest referee.
Cheetos break, my
Listen,
dudes.
I could tell from that episode of Raw what match you really put your attention into. Fantasy booking without a solid build is fun, but you took your eye off the champion. You know the person who puts butts in seats? I said I know. I'm gonna share a promoter secret. It's easier to do your job and you know what's ahead of you. Or rather when you know what's ahead of you. As in, who's challenging Bianca at Survivor Series? How do I do that? Stop being all coy and innocent. You know how. You said you're going to be the ref? Put your finger on the scale a bit. Who do you want to win? Who do you think will have a better match against Bianca at the PLE and get more people to watch? I mean, the answer is Becky. Right? Becky is the answer. Becky's gonna put more butts in seats. Becky, please, ding dong. I'll be back in a second, chat, because we gotta run an ad break.
It's break time. Where the
Bravo's
heck's
on
the
after this.
Cheetos, my dudes?
Note to self, don't drink tap water at Jerry Garcia's.
Gex, Enter the Gecko is Gex's second Gex game. That will get you Gex-cited. Okay, enough Gexes, except for this one. Gex has personality plus. His wisecracks and random comments are amusing, even if the gameplay itself does not reflect this jocular style. To put it simply, Gex has very nice 3D graphics, both technically and artistically. Sucky control of movement and tough challenge. Is the game worth buying? Well, maybe. This is a tricky one. The superficial qualities are, well, super. The opening cinema scene is gorgeous as expected. The graphics are good. The character is cool. But this game is just another 3D romp that wishes it could be Mario 64. It's a good game, one you should check out, but not stellar. The game's biggest fault is the camera, arguably the worst camera ever in a video game. Even with 3 different camera settings, you'll always have a problem with game view. Control gets a D, difficulty gets an A, and design gets a B. Now let's hear some of Gex's goofball, off-the-wall sound bites.
Memo to Gilligan, try building a raft. The princess is here on the detention level.
Out of the way, Roseanne!
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, monkey. Wow, that's real scary, guys. A floating toilet. Welcome to this week's episode of Touched by an Uncle. Why, did you flunk out of nasty camp?
Oh, did you get your B's mixed up? Welcome back to Raw, by the way. Sorry, I had to... I was on the John. Anyways. I feel like that we're leaning towards one thing or another, right? Feel like You know what? Let's do Bianca and Bailey. Sure, why not? I love to see Bailey and Bianca in the ring together again. Well, there you have it. When are you coming to Raw, by the way? My invitation stands. To see you in the Stripes next week? I'll be there. After last week's match ended in chaos, Becky Lynch and Bailey will face each other again in the next Raw. This time, with the GM herself, Gina, as a special guest referee. Ooh! I'll put butts in seats, brother. Listen, we're impartial. We can do this. We can do this without leaning one way or the other.
Our interim
I'm pretty
GM
sure.
has arrived in stripes.
Oh my god. What do the stripes look like on her? Yeah, and she retains the earpieces. That's so sick. And the armband. Oh no, I need to change it back. She's still Hollywood Long Girl.
Executives who interject themselves to micromanage everything on the show. No idea what you're talking about, Corey.
Okay, I feel like that we're skirting.
Couldn't be higher.
I feel like we're skirting on the realm of getting too meta. But let's see how this goes. How we feeling on Becky, y'all? How we feeling on it? Are we feeling okay? Actually, no. We're playing as Bailey. Crap, now I'm getting my bees mixed up. Dang it. Oh, isn't this the one where she's like incredibly gussied up? Or is that like another one? No, that's another one. But this is when she has like the highlights. Too many bees.
She is as tough as they come. Yeah, Becky Lynch has had to overcome countless challenges in her career, both in...
All right, we're getting the double B match here, chat. It is Becky versus Bailey here for the number one contendership, of the World Women's title, I believe. Because the WWE Women's title is on the other show. I'm getting No Mercy flashbacks.
Hopefully, this young lady doesn't get the door slammed in her face.
Young lady, she's like 38, right? When the biggest selling point was guest ref mode. It was that casket match and one more. I think it was ambulance. Yeah, it was that. And they're both basically the same kind of match, so yeah.
It's time to welcome a real role model. According to her.
And representing Damage Control.
Bailey's like gear in this has always been like crazy to me. She has like those straps there that connect to the belt. Ding dong, hello.
Well, maybe you should just mind your business, Saxton, because you're talking about the first...
I mean, this would be the most pure face versus heel thing, Bianca versus Bailey.
But she can
So,
mentally as well. Yeah, Bailey's new attitude was...
I'll tell you what, the women's division on Raw has never been stronger. Ever since Gina took over.
You include yourself in that group, Saxton, because I find it apropos when Bailey calls you an idiot. She doesn't mean it.
Ever since Gina took over, we've had dream matches, we've had barn burners, we've had feuds reach fever pitches.
Except for Cole.
We gotta make sure that we keep things clean here, chat. Keep it clean.
Our general manager, the captain...
Keep it clean and lock it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who will be the strongest thumb? Let's see. I want to do ID purpose.
Contender by the end of this match. Will it
Use a fast count to help Becky? Oh boy. What good is being a referee or a GM if you can't use your power to get what you want? If you count just a bit fast, who's gonna know? I need to make sure I count for the right person, because now I'm gonna be like, I want Becky.
And with Cap as special guest referee, it should be a fair contest.
We'll see, Saxton. Maybe the GM wants one over the other. It's nearly impossible. She got her down. Is this it? She overcomes the pinfall attempt.
Fast count, 1. Help Bailey win the match without being ejected. All right, well, you gotta do it quick, Bailey. I can't be helping you forever here, girl. Call it right down the middle. Never mind.
With her opponent on the apron, what is she looking for?
I'm in this for me, brother.
Hey, this isn't about the referee. She needs to focus on calling the match.
Yes, I am. Look, I'm focused on calling the match. It just so happens that...
Becky Lynch generously giving the
Come on, get in.
to be in the presence.
1, 2, whoa.
You have daring and you have stupid. That was stupid.
2,
Didn't provide the expected result.
Yeah, stupid.
3. Come
no
on,
one getting
get in
over
here.
except Gina, brother.
4. Come on, I'm gonna count you out, dude. 5. 6. 7. Very fair. We could say that. Oh, 1. Whoa. Yeah, I did it. Cool. Exactly. No one is getting over except for Gina. Even, look at that. Look at that. Even fucking Bailey is like, I didn't win the match.
She managed to hold down Becky Lynch and get the win.
What a tremendous night for Bayley. She stomped out the fire in Becky.
Wow.
WWE Universe.
She's like pissed that she won that way, dude. Seems fair to me. Were we all watching the same match? Gina basically robbed me of my opportunity. Uh-oh, you made her mad. And that's right, Gina. Wow, really not cool, Gina. I try not to get involved at this level, but I have to agree. Fix this, at Gina. Man. Oh, no. No, we made everyone upset! That Irish whip into the ring was pretty stiff, though. You're right, I should have disqualified her.
Well, that was something.
Hey, you were the one who said I should put my finger on the scale.
Yeah, but I thought that "and don't get caught" part was implied. Guess not.
I could have put my finger to the scale by putting my finger on a scale.
I wasn't actively trying to get caught.
Too bad you don't have the chance to course correct the championship match before Survivor Series.
Sure I do. That was a shit match. You know how we fix it? We make a triple threat, baby.
But maybe I do.
How? Survivor Series is this weekend. You can't send Becky and Bayley back out there tonight for another rematch.
They probably wouldn't do it. They're probably gonna walk out. They're probably gonna walk off of Raw like in 2011. They were gonna have Cena and Sheamus and Punk left.
No, but there's another option. As someone said recently, I'm Miss TBD Rebel, not a lawful good rule follower. And Raw is a 3-hour show. There's an announcement I need to make.
She's figuring it out. It's 3 hours, dude. We gotta fill the airtime somehow. I read no matter what you do, they treat you like you do this, even if you're fair. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Even if I am fair, they're gonna be like, fuck that. Fuck it, make it a fatal 4-way and add the Firth be aka Big Long Girl and do it. I'm inserting myself into the world title match. It's I'm like Kurt Angle on SmackDown.
All right, Miss TBD Rebel. Whatever you've got up your sleeve.
Quick, just say recaps from SmackDown. So how are we gonna do this, Chad? Do we have like a choice here? Continue the story. Breaking: Raw GM Gina will address the WWE Universe later tonight with a major announcement. Man, we're gonna get booed out the building. We're gonna be sent to TNA, dude. Lawful Good? What is this, Baldur's Gate?
This is the
Yes.
second time we've seen the acting Raw general manager in the ring tonight.
So obviously that match opened up the show.
Here's hoping this goes more smoothly than her stint as special guest referee.
As GM, I'm not deaf to the concerns of the WWE Universe. Specifically, that my involvement in our #1 contender match earlier tonight may have made it look like management was biased towards Bayley. I assure you, my intent as GM is simply to put on the
She knows what's best for business.
universe. And that applies to not just Raw, but Survivor Series. As such, it is my duty to inform you that Bianca Belair will not be defending the
Cop-out.
World Championship this weekend.
No, that's a cop-out.
Pulled from Survivor Series?
She will not be defending this weekend because it's clear Bayley and Becky
Oh.
are not done yet. I just hope they have allies to rally to their side. 8 fighters, 2 teams of 4.
So that match was a waste of time. Yeah, she said it.
War Games at Survivor Series? I'm not missing this one.
Oh, we're paid to be there, Saxton.
Oh, hey, look at that Long Boy Club.
It's still incredibly exciting.
Coming to you courtesy of the Long Boy Club. It's Survivor Series War Games edition. War Games. Cool. Bayley is an A+ player. War Games at Survivor Series. Becky Lynch and Bayley will each captain a team. The winning team's captain will receive a Women's World Championship match against Bianca Belair. Oh, no, don't. No, that's shit. That's terrible, dude. That's awful. That's awful. That's like War Games. That's like Fall Brawl 98 booking. With less than a week to assemble their teams, who will Becky and Bayley choose? OMG, War Games is a brilliant idea. Who thought of that? We are so lucky to have such a creative GM who gives credit and opportunities to the people who thought them up in the first place. I think Shotzi is angry. Brought to you by Slim Jims, yeah! I'm taking them out back behind the freaking Applebee's, dude. I'm done with their bullshit.
You really did it this time, didn't you, you dummy?
I'm sorry you're not getting the championship match at Survivor Series, but I'm the GM and this is my call.
Should have just booked the War Games match from the start, honestly. Want to be on my team?
Why do you want me on your team?
No, I cannot be on her team.
I think it's pretty clear from your time as GM that you've been going into business for yourself here and just doing whatever you can to scrape by. And that's exactly what I look for in damage control.
You look for someone who's absolutely pathetic.
So what do you say?
If only Bayley was part of a faction.
Try to secure my WWE Women's World Championship match?
I'll get back to you.
No, I don't want to join any team. We're already in hot water at this point.
I'm still not over what you did in my match with Bayley. But thank you for making it right.
Glad we're okay.
We are. And I respect your hustle. You've made a lot of bold choices since coming to WWE. It's one of the reasons I want you to be on my War Games team.
Oh boy. We could either do that or we could join up with Becky.
Really?
Asuka, Kyrie, LMAO. They're not here, dude.
I like your instincts, especially when you get in trouble and have to think quickly on your feet. Heck, I even trust your instincts. team with me, and I'll let you pick the rest of the War Games team.
Let me think about it.
I could just pick the rest of them? So, like, where's the option to just not be on either team? Because I'm already...
Looking for you. I thought we were gonna meet outside of catering.
Turns out I was pretty busy in here. Both Becky and Bailey want me to be on their War Games team.
You can't be serious. You loused this up so badly, and they both want you on their team?
It's a hell of a sell point. It is.
I swear, there's something in the water around here that allows you to walk away from the consequences of your actions unscathed. I'm sure putting yourself into the main event while you're also acting GM will be no different.
Thanks for another great promoter lecture.
Listen, Gina equals...
Gonna do it anyway.
Gina equals green, okay? I don't want to... Where's the option where I just don't team with any of them? Okay, you know what? We're gonna do 50-50 here, dude. We did it one way, we're doing the other.
Becky said she'd let me pick the rest of the team. I'm joining her side.
Can't wait for you to get absolutely no flack for putting yourself into the match that you set up. Have you decided who else you'll ask to join you and Becky?
Oh! It's time for War Games! Becky said that she'll let you pick your teammates. It's like 2 allies to join you and Becky and take on Bailey's team. Alright, who do we have as a... Psycho Sally. That's pretty good, chat. That's pretty good. Well, no. Psycho Sally's overall is pretty terrible. Well, I would pick Rhea Ripley, but she's not available right now. So, the B team. Oh, we could do Fanny Fan. I kind of want to do all created wrestlers, chat. I'm thinking that we do all created wrestlers. You know, give them a bit of screen time. Let's up Psycho Sally's thing. Justina's a 92? I guess so. You know what? We got... We're kidding. We're just gonna make this the management team. This will be the new corporation. Okay? JavaCrypt, exactly. We need JavaCrypts. And we need Psycho Sally. I feel like Psycho Sally is the pick, chat. We gotta get this young kid over on the roster, okay? Psycho Sally is rated higher than Indy Hartwell. What? That checks out, I guess. What the? Why is Indy Hartwell so low? Why is she so low? That's like actually like no! The lowest rated on here is Nikki Cross. What? Huh? Chat. Why is she so low? Maybe it's a good thing that we squashed her on Raw. Or almost squashed her. But no, we gotta get Psycho Sally over. No. Justine, yeah. Justine is like the same as Charlotte. We could absolutely just make this team top heavy and just bring Charlotte in here. But I don't want to do that. Former women's champion, by the way. She was, wasn't she? That means nothing out here in the Badlands. Look at that lineup, chat. Absolute all-star team. We got Justine, Gina, Becky Lynch, and Psycho Sally in her best kangaroo pose. We are gonna cook with this team.
I'm sure it'll be interesting.
It is Damage Control versus the new corporation. Tonight at Survivor Series. Future Hall of Famers, a lot of them. It's time. War Games. Survivor Series. Who you got? Team Becky or Team Bailey? So wait, do we like know the teams going into this? Like, is everyone announced going into this? Or are we just like learning it as we come out? Are we like learning all this on the night of the show? Hey, I don't see any Slim Jim there. I don't see any Slim Jims, chat. Fuck you, Slim Jims. I do wonder who like Bailey brings in now. I'd have to imagine like either Asuka or Kairi Sane, right? Given how we didn't have Asuka like as an option. Can you even exit the cage? Can you even exit the cage, or is that not like a thing?
Cap wanted a war, and now she has one.
Why are we not starting with Becky and Bayley? This match is about me, brother. This match is all about me, brother. I hope next year we get a traditional Survivor Series match. I like not doing either gimmick too often. Same. But I can imagine that from now on, War Games is just Survivor Series. Kind of like how it was for Fall Brawl back in WCW.
Cap is on a mission tonight.
Ah, all the Longomaniacs in the house tonight, brother. She even did the cup to ear thing. Yes, but I think that forfeits the match. No, well, yeah, but like I was asking if you can even leave the cage. Honestly, I don't mind the War Games matches because most of the time they slap so hard. Yeah, like look at this. We're not even starting the match with Becky, but Bayley's starting her team.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Toad. Welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. Thanks for the lurk, bud.
Understand this. Bailey will deceive you. She will stab you in the back.
The Longomaniacs tonight in the Pontiac Silverdome are screaming, Gina, Gina, Gina.
Bit of a difference once the door of that cage closes behind her.
What you gonna do when it runs wild on you, brother dude Jack? All right. What music are we doing? I think we gotta do... let's see. That. We gotta defeat damage control. Damage control. Alright, let's see if we can see who's on the other end there. We got... Wait. Wait, who's the other person there that they got? Because that's not someone from Damage Control, chat. That is neither Asuka nor Kairi Sane. Wait, did they get Tamina?
She's on unsteady legs in the corner, needs to recover.
Did they honestly get Tamina for this? Damage Control, bad future. Yeah, that's fucking Tamina. Wow. How they didn't bring the Undisputed Era boys to the main roster is a mystery to me to this day. Well now they are in AEW minus Bobby Fish because BF sucks, as that one guy from TNA said. I have a feeling. Team up with Becky Lynch and your allies to defeat Bayley and Damage Control. Well, there's no one Nina. There is no one Mida than Tamina. There's no one more mid than Tamina. See, like, look at this. Like, Becky isn't even the focus of this match. It is completely Gina. Well, hey, chat. The good news is, there's absolutely no way that I'm going to be, mistaking... There's absolutely no way that I'm gonna think that the controller isn't plugged in for this one. For those of you who are unaware of the GIRAFFE Step Deep lore, during the Equestria Girls Rumble, we had a War Games match. And in my infinite wisdom, I accidentally selected Twilight Sparkle. And for most of the match, I was wondering to myself, why is she getting the absolute shit beaten out of her? And the reason why is because I selected her as the character I was playing as.
Becky Lynch setting up for the Exploder suplex.
Yeah, like what exactly did Bobbert Fish do again? What did Bobbert Bluefish do to make people hate him? Besides just being really mid. Right, so who's coming out? Dakota Kai. So yeah, besides just being the walking definition of mid, what else did he do? Oh hey. Holy crap. We got the choke in immediately. Hey. Oh no. Holy shit. Wow. Dakota Kai. Super kick. No one can believe it. Well, he was just kind of a jerk. Nothing that bad. He had the Where's the Lie promo, which sucked. Well, that's what I mostly associate him with. I associate him with the... And I mean, folks, where's the lie? And then the guy in the background being like, BF sucks. It was really weird. Yeah, Justine!
Yeet.
That's what she did with the sledgehammer. Our team is so top heavy. Like we got 94 overall Becky Lynch. We got 93 overall Gina. We got 92 overall Justine, and then just thrown in there, we got 62 overall Psycho Sally. I mean, not for nothing, obviously. We're doing it because we wanted to do our girl a favor. We wanted to give her that sweet Survivor Series payday, you know? We wanted to give her that Survivor Series payday. We're just over here putting the boots to Dakota Kai.
Toss the bag of bones over here, brother.
Alright, I'll go get it. Hold on. I found it. It's over there. Here you go. Here you go. I got a line. There you go. Eat up, buddy. Eat up. We are absolutely just taking it to this team. There's going to be so much torso damage here to Bailey by the time it's over. Right now, we're just taking everything to Dakota Kai. We're bullying her, dude. We're absolutely stiffing her right now. Ah! What about the table there? I want to do something with the table. See, like, this is like a really cool thing, right? But I think that it's good for like simulation, right? Because like until until like everyone gets in here, you don't really have control over the pace of the match, right? Right.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Oh no, are we gonna continue in picture-in-picture? We are not gonna continue in picture-in-picture. No way. Holy crap, already Io Sky is in is in the disarmor. No way. Nah. No. There you go. I gave you the bag of bones, homunculus. Are you happy? I keep trying to pin her, but I can't do it for like another minute or so. Hey, Psycho Sally's in. Let's see if she can get in anything. Oh no, all right, chat. I want this to happen really badly. No, Gina, what are you doing? What are you doing? Gina, no! Holy shit! Wow! Holy crap! That is incredible. That mountain of a woman just diving from the top. What a display.
Yeah, that's the stuff, Jack. I'll let you get in some offense on me.
Some offense. Very offensive. Yeah, they got Tamina. Yes. Oh, I would love nothing more. Is she going to the top again? Wow! Is Gina gonna finish this? Is Gina gonna finish the fight? I think Gina's gonna finish the fight. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so after the quick response, because of mixed martial arts with CM Punk, Kim Punk did in the ring. He kicked out of the GTS after 3 count, and he had a really long, really bad promo referencing him on CNA. And apparently no one really got it because you heard no one talk about it afterwards, right? Holy crap, again? I literally cannot even tell what's going on at this point, chat. I literally thought it was because he made like the brawl out stuff about him, right? Which to me is like, it's like fucking J. Cole stepping into like the Drake and Kendrick beef, right? Like, shut up, dude. It's not about you. The beef is not about you. Gina, what are you doing? Okay. One, two, no! All right, we need the psychosis submission style. Yeah! Psycho Sally got the pin for win! Hell yeah. Good job, Psycho Sally. Cool. Call her up right now. Seriously.
And she turned us down, Saxton.
Because she had... She's a former tag team
It's
champion.
almost time for a 90 seconds
An
Cheetahs break,
unbelievable
my
match
dudes.
and a historic... Wow, we got a lot of stuff there, chat. We got a lot of accolades.
Becky and the captain are still celebrating their
Right. Hold on. Hold on. We need to run an ad now, chat. I'm very sorry.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my
We're all
dudes?
rolls on after this. Yeah, I like war games, but I don't like war games in the video game.
Resident Evil
It's just-
2 is definitely
it's
the
just-
devil of a game. It opens
It's like
with
looking at a
exquisite
match.
full-motion video, violent full-motion video.
Like
Make
being
that a
wrestled
very
by
violent
ants,
full-motion
right?
video.
Like everyone's just
Complete with
really
shots to
small.
the head and seizure-induced
It's
corpses.
really easy to get
Resident
lost
Evil
in.
2 has
We
the
did in
same
fact
gameplay
win.
as the original. In
And
that
not only that,
respect,
Psycho
the
Sally
game
got the
disappointed,
pinfall win.
but no one,
No,
including
actually,
us,
she got
will
the
be
submission
able to
win.
resist this game.
We gotta call her up now, chat. Submitting Bailey on a
least not for
pay-per-view
us.
should
It's the suspense,
do it,
the eerie
TBH.
music, the awesome full motion
It
video.
should.
We really get annoyed
Because
with having
again,
to shoot
she's
a
like a
zombie
former
10
tag
times
champ.
before it's actually
She's
dead.
a queen of the
This
ring.
kind of ridiculous crap really slows down the game.
She's been on
And we're
multiple
forced to suffer this
pay-per-views,
unrealistic
and she
every time we
and
find
she
a
just
zombie.
made one of
And that
like,
happens a lot.
you know, the main roster's top stars tap out. Why isn't she on the main roster yet?
Making the job even more difficult. People like to say how
Put her on
scary Resident Evil
SmackDown,
2 is.
Miz.
We haven't felt a shiver yet, but we haven't played the game alone in the
Put her
dark.
on SmackDown.
That's probably the best way to play. Resident Evil 2, on the whole, is an excellent game that no one should be without. It's no
Psycho
Tomb
Sally
Raider,
gives
but
you
we
the
shouldn't
silver
expect it to
coin.
be either. Resident Evil
As in,
2
like,
does
she
a
makes a
great
lot of
job
money.
in
I
capturing
wanted...
horror mood
Li-
like no
listen,
other
I
game
wanted
ever made.
alliteration.
The controls
I
still
wanted
have that
alliteration.
watch where you're going, I overshot the doorway feel, but by now,
Om
everyone's
nom
used
nom.
to this
Oh,
style of
excuse me,
control,
we're back,
so
my
giving it a
dudes.
Hey,
generous
welcome back
C.
to Raw.
Everything else gets an A. Resident Evil 2 comes highly recommended.
Also, while we're all here, I may as well just say it. If you're not in the Discord server, what the heck are you doing? Come on over. We're watching My Little Pony Friendship's Magic every single weekend. We're going to be continuing our run through the midpoint of, rather, you know, like the in-between point of seasons 8 through 9. And once we're done with that, we're going to start season 9, probably the week afterwards. I've not seen any of season 9. I know absolutely nothing about it besides like the last scene of the show. So, if you want to come by, indulge in the first viewing of season 9 with me and watch me cry like a baby during the final song, come enjoy the Discord server. I also enjoy doing like wrestling watch-alongs in there too. I'll usually do all the pay-per-views from rather like all the big pay-per-views from WWE and AEW. Although it's mostly the latter promotion because it's the one I follow. But we do quite a bit of that in there as well. I also enjoy getting the server's input on things like streaming ideas. I enjoy getting like their creative input on things. I enjoy getting their contributions in terms of like characters and stuff like that. I have something planned for that, by the way, before 2K25 comes out. So yeah, come on by. Yeah, we're gonna be watching ponies. We're gonna be watching the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, Revolution when that comes around. Basically every single pay-per-view from AEW. Aside from maybe a few if I need to be out of town that day, but you know. Aside from that, it's all good. Yeah, join in. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, you did hear right. There are horses in there.
Why wouldn't they? You're now looking at the #1 contender for the Women's World Championship and the GM who put her in that position.
This will go a long way in shaping the future of the women's division on Raw.
Shotzi? Is that a full-size tank?
Wow. Wait, that's a whole tank.
Something larger. She's not stopping. This is gonna be bad.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I love Warzone. Holy shit!
This is bad.
This is like Brock Lesnar with the forklift type beat.
Whatever her issue was, Shotzi took things way too far here tonight.
Now, with that, the War Games gimmick's going to be retired, right? Becky is just dead. Exactly.
What the hell was Shotzi doing? I've had no problem with her.
Yeah, I may have something to do with that. Oops.
Yeah, you fucked up, dude.
I'm gonna be out for months. Is that really all you have to say?
How about oops? I got carried away booking matches, but forgetting to manage people. At least that seems to be the case, based on what I've pieced together.
Man.
Back.
I was having a splendid time communing with the blue-footed booby of the Galapagos.
The blue-footed booby.
Of a few questionable developments.
Nice tits, chat.
I swear, I had it all under control.
I watched Shotzi crash a tank into the War Games cage.
Fair point.
And perhaps, even more egregiously,
Ara,
you announced
Ara.
War Games without me.
Very
That's
appropriate.
my thing. I announced War Games.
Well, you could have done... Listen, dude.
Sorry?
Okay, well, that's just ego.
You're fired from being Raw GM.
Man.
I accept.
It wasn't a question. All that being said, with our newly minted #1 contender injured, we still need a challenger for Bianca. You know, what you've consistently failed to nail down.
Wow.
I hate rewarding you for this mess. But I'm a much better GM than you are, so I'm going to make the right choice for the show. And unfortunately, there's someone who helped lead her team to victory who's rightfully next in line for the opportunity.
Psycho Sally.
You'll be getting the championship match against Bianca Belair.
No, Psycho Sally got the submission win. Strength. There's nothing strong about... Psycho Sally was robbed, dude. Psycho Sally got robbed. Becky gets tanked off the War Games cage, but Big E can't come back from a broken neck. Maybe Xavier was right after all. Yeah, he left him high and dry, dude. Tonight, Gina has a big announcement with major implications for the WWE Women's World Championship on Raw. Man, dude, we kind of fucked this up, didn't we? All right, can we increase anything? We absolutely can. I'm gonna do running offense. Hey, we're just absolutely just barreling through right now, chat.
Here we go with this so-called major announcement.
Hey, I got fired.
Bad news kind of night. And I've always been a bad news first kind of girl. So here goes. With our fearless leader, William Regal returned, looking quite tan, might I add, the time has come for me to...
He loves the gills. Grandpas I'd like to fuck.
I actually thought she did a great job, guys.
Are you kidding me, Byron?
At least it was exciting.
All right, so there may have been some mixed opinions on my stint as GM, but I'm sure that's only because we all know where I really belong, which is fighting in a WWE ring.
Not sure that's the only reason.
Which is why...
That's a new way to mask an injury.
Given Becky's unfortunate medical status, at the hands of someone who William Regal has assured me will be dealt with, the real suits have decided to name a new #1 contender for the Women's World Championship. Me!
Robbed.
Huge news for the Women's World title.
Robbed.
Championship match is happening right now!
After all the confusion around...
I feel, chat, I feel like this is like opening up the show, right? This right here is like opening up the show.
Bianca Belair, let's...
This woman just will not stop coming after the captain.
If her grievance was big enough...
What are you doing? You were in the tank.
Hey there, friend.
Give it a rest, Shotzi. Haven't you done enough at this point?
Psycho Sally.
Say is, thank you for making me #1 contender, Shotzi. Sorry you hurt your leg in that unfortunate tank incident.
How did you hurt your leg?
How did you get hurt when you were driving the tank? Is this really
She got hurty
all
leg.
because I didn't give you proper credit for your terribly original idea of let's have a War Games match at Survivor Series?
And didn't even put me in the match. But no, this isn't an isolated incident. This, apparently, is just what you do. Playing in other people's sandboxes, stealing other people's ideas, and jumping every line. You may have William Regal fooled, but not me, and not the locker room.
She has creative control, brother.
Sure,
She has had it.
Might work in TBD, but in WWE, there are consequences.
Oh.
That's Bailey's music, but where is she?
Is Shotzi just playing mind games here?
Yeah, exactly. She's behind.
Shotzi's found an ally who's not okay with being skipped over for a women's world championship match. I don't blame
I mean, you kind of sucked, Bailey, honestly. Wait, we're doing this now?
This is an official match.
Wait, are we still having the title match, or is this just kind of like what we're doing? Also, wild Pokemon music because we were caught by surprise. Okay, you know what? You know what? She really is Gina Hogan, chat. She's asserting her creative control, and the people in the backstage area hate her. This really is like a Hogan moment. Oh, also, I'm gonna squash Bailey. I'm gonna squash her here. Let's go, Bailey. Clap, 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 clap. I mean, to be fair, she did kind of get screwed over. Well, we screwed her. No, like we screwed over Bailey. No, like we screwed over Becky, and then Bailey got screwed over. So really, no one's happy. Holy fucking shit, dude. We are absolutely taking it to her. I may as well may I request a superplex? You sure can. You sure can. Come on. Follow GIRAFFE on Twitch. Look at the sign of the crowd, chat. Oh no, it's gone, but it was there. Yippee! Speaking of Yippee, I got emotes for Yippee! Right there. Check it out. Anyone who's subscribed can use it. Take a look at that. Go figure. Express your glee by subscribing to the GIRAFFE Twitch channel, or by going to the Better TTV extension and just downloading that, because that also helps. All right, I need to do the superplex at the request of our good friend Keebs here. It's a little hard to. I need to reset, but I don't know what my bank account is looking like. Again, I offer all of my emotes for free, at least through use on this channel through the Better TV extension. If you use that, you got access to all of them, no questions asked. Well, most of them. You have access to most of them. Some of them are just not there because either they just don't fit the proportions on there or because I lost the original file. I'm trying to do the superplex, chat. Whoa, Bailey to belly! No soul, brother!
Placing them right where they want them, into the corner. She flips it back on her. Jawbreaker interrupts the attack. Hooking it up here, what's next?
Yeah, let's go. Okay. Okay, I gotta do it quick. I gotta do it quick. I gotta do it quick. No! I fucked it, chat. I absolutely fucked it. Let's try it. Let's lay her out with the power bomb. And then get her up. We need to make sure that she cannot have an answer for this. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We got the superplex. That's it. I hope that was good enough for you. 2, 3. There you go.
She certainly solidified her position as the #1 contender.
I need to have, like, music that's for, like, random battles, right?
What the heck?
Yeah, exactly. She was faking it.
She was just pulling all our legs, Cole.
To be fair, I don't like anybody here. She's not getting control of the situation. Hey, Long Boy Club. Sign.
Get on to the business of the Women's World Championship next week.
I'm not so sure, Byron. Neither am I. Based on what Shotzi said earlier, I doubt that this
What is Shotzi's music here?
She's on a mission.
So is this like our main rivalry here? We going up against Shotzi Blackheart, rescheduled to win. I know we're supposed to be on opposite sides heading into our matchup, but gotta say I'm not a fan of how Shotzi shut you down last week. Yeah, and I'm not a fan of that either, or her crutch. You want my advice, don't feed the troll. Whether Shotzi likes it or not, you're the #1 contender, and I'm the champ. She's not in charge here. Say the word, and you'll get your title opportunity next week. Word. Word. I'm definitely saying the word. Then it's on. You'll regret it after I beat you, but it's on. See you on Raw. Wonder if you'll be so friendly after I have your championship. Have a good night, Patch. Thank you for showing up for tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Wait, where are we? Oh, hey, we're back at TBD.
Does it look smaller?
Huh?
That's what kids always say when they come back home, right? They go off to the great wide world, come home, and everything looks small. Haven't seen you around here much lately.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a little smaller? I was in the neighborhood. Figured I'd stop in to get a few reps in before my big match with Bianca.
Shotzi's not also in the neighborhood, is she? You know my insurance doesn't cover tanks.
I don't think you have to worry. Tanks don't get great gas mileage, so she probably won't come crashing through the wall. No promises, though.
And
If she does, that would be sick as fuck.
I feel nostalgic about you breaking things around here. How are you feeling after that crutch attack?
I'm fine. Can you believe Shotzi's still bitter you didn't book her in TBD? And now she's turning it into a whole thing about how I stole her so-called War Games idea.
In fairness, it's you who didn't want to book her.
What? Really?
I believe your words at the time were, "I'm not impressed."
That does sound like me. But I was probably just being flippant.
Being flippant without thinking that your actions could actually have consequences? Yeah, definitely you. Then, on purpose or not, Shotzi effectively brings you up to the big leagues, and instead of any sort of thanks, you steamroll right into a fantastical whirlwind tour of all things WWE.
Let's be fair. I didn't steamroll right away. And Shotzi brought me to Raw so she could make an example of me.
Maybe, but is that also why she pitched you the idea for a War Games match when you were GM? A match you thought was a good enough idea to book but then shut her out of?
I never said it was my idea. Besides, it wasn't a groundbreaking suggestion, and everything worked out.
Right, because I'm sure the WWE Universe saw the superstar GM announce the War Games match, put herself in it, and then thought, who else can I give credit to for setting up this awesome main event? It worked out for you. And now you get a championship match against Bianca Belair. Shotzi? Not so much.
Jeez, whose side are you on, Geneva?
You know whose side I'm on. That's why I gotta be straight with you, to
Wow.
make sure you get your head right so you can take that title from Bianca.
You know, after ignoring WWE for so long, becoming their champion is the only thing I can dream of.
We were the heel all along, chat. We were the heel all along. So how much more of this do we have? Wrestle World Tour. One last Shotzi. Like, I want to know how much more of this story we got, chat. Because, like, we got to be getting close to the end, right? Because, like, so far, things in this story have been incredibly linear.
Crossing the world and honing her skills before finally arriving in the big leagues of WWE.
You can really
big
feel the
leagues.
electricity in the arena, Michael.
Waiting on the champion here.
Are we gonna get the championship match?
Bianca's playing mind games with her opponent.
Really?
Shotzi's vendetta against the #1 contender continues.
She's had about enough of it.
No, guys, it's not what you think. I have a seriously heartwarming announcement. Bianca Belair can't be here tonight.
This is the second time the #1 contenders match has been called off.
No, I told you, it's actually heartwarming. Bianca was wrapping up an appearance at a nearby community center before the show when suddenly, out of nowhere, 3 buses of adorable children from a local school showed up, excited to meet the Women's World Champion. And you know how Bianca is. She wouldn't leave until everyone got a picture and an autograph.
Bruh.
How those
That's some bullshit.
just in time to prevent Bianca from making it here for her championship match tonight, we may never know. But Bianca just couldn't leave those sweet children hanging. Are you seriously booing children?
Man, the audience is getting gaslit.
What a bloodthirsty bunch you all are. I did feel bad that you didn't have a match anymore tonight, though.
Get in the ring and I'll wrestle ya.
It's not me. I have the night off from in-ring action, just like at War Games. But these 3 women...
Kids suck. You know what? Yeah, you're right. What the fuck? Wait, what?
We're getting word from the truck that she'll be facing them
In a fatal 4-way? So, like, you would think that because they all have beef with me specifically, they would be like 1-on-3, right? I mean, I'm certainly big enough for it to be 1-on-3. That's fine.
That was Shotzi? For God's sakes, catch up, Byron. Nonetheless, this is going to be a huge fatal four-way contest here on Raw.
Why is everyone just shitting all over Byron? Attempt to win the fatal four-way match. There will be no attempts. Okay, chat, I guess... No, because we weren't surprised that time. I mean, we were surprised by the match, but we weren't, like, surprised from behind. So, I guess, in a less surprisey sense, we have Skyrim battle music. The Asuka beef was pretty brief. What happened is that she was, like, a very, like, minor player in the Demon Queen storyline, right? She was someone that we kind of, you know, battled for the... Holy crap! Liv Morgan has an amazing throwing arm. That's incredible. I'm about to do to Rhea Ripley what people think Rhea Ripley does to other wrestlers. Yeah, I figured, but I wanted to build the drama. I'm not gonna build the drama throughout this one though, because this is 100% just like we gotta like win this quickly, right? Boss Man Slam. Cool. But yeah, she was a minor player in that storyline. Not really worth noting, but given how Alexa Bliss is kind of was the face in our story, probably didn't make much sense. Also, Liv Morgan's supposed to be banned from Raw, right? What is she doing back here? Isn't she supposed to be on SmackDown? Why is she here again? Typical Vince style booking, dude. They can't even keep it right for a month. They did it for like a month and a half. Count it quick. 1, 2. What? Asuka. Man, Asuka was about to throw, dude. Asuka was about to throw that shit. Sidewalk slam. Oh wait, no, backbreaker. Oh, walking back, traveling backbreaker. 2. Oh my gosh, guys, I love the octopus hold. I love the octopus stretch. I'm just gonna work over, yeah, Hangman style offense, brother. Leaves is plants, by the way. You know what? I'm gonna work with you to work over Asuka here, Rhea, because you're the one that I need to. You're the one that I need to work over. I have faith that you're not going. Yep, exactly. I have faith. I had faith that you were going to kick out of that. Yeah, I figure. Hey, no, we have to be on the same page here. No! Okay.
but the grueling nature of this match is definitely getting to them now, gentlemen.
Nice.
We could be close to the end of the line for Asuka.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
All right, let's try and get this. Ref, count. 1, 2, no. These refs are blind, dude. These refs are dog doo-doo. Anyways, we need to run an ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Raw
my
rolls
dudes?
on after this. I need to get more water. I'll be back.
The Rugrats movie is a 2D side-scroller just like Mario. However, the challenge level is low, and the jumping control is awkward. When bouncing on balloons, you have to press the jump button long before you land on the balloon. Plus, the items have no tangible effect on gameplay, and the strong character development of the PlayStation title is sadly missing. If you want a great Rugrats game, try Rugrats Search for Reptar. In fact, we've been meaning to show you just how great the game is. To give you an idea of the outstanding level setups and strong characterization, sit back for a few minutes and enjoy some hilarious clips from the Rugrats PlayStation game. We'll be back with Gex.
Oh, that's better.
You look a little sick, Angelica. Ah! Ew. Let's go clean you up. I haven't golfed in ages. I'm taking the kids for ice cream, Deed. This is gonna be great.
Uncle Stu, where's the ice cream?
At the end of this majestic golf course stands Ice Cream Mountain. That's where I'm gonna get a hole-in-one and win you kids so much ice cream, you'll be eating until you're grown-ups. So what if it's never been done before?
We just gotta get the balls in the holes, and we'll get a whole mountain of ice cream. If we all do
Nom
some,
nom.
we'll be
Oh,
done
excuse
in
me,
no
we're
time.
back, my dudes.
Hiya, Sprouts. It's almost time for my potato salad.
Pop, don't.
Pop, you're scaring the children.
Potato salad sticks to my teeth, so I'm taking them out.
If you do, nobody else will be able to eat. Please, Pop, just stick to Jell-O molds.
This'll be our little secret, eh, Sprouts? I can't wait to sink my gums into that potato salad. What the? Ah! My teeth! That confounded dog stole my teeth! I can't play my trumpet without my teeth!
We got to get Grandpa's teeth back. I don't know, Tommy. The park's so big, we might not find him till we're grown-ups. Grandpa needs us, Chucky. Come on, we got to find Spike.
All right, let's bring it back, chat. Welcome back to Raw. Let's try and win this Fatal 4-Way match. Let's try our best. Okay, I need music. I need music. Hold on. What did we do before? We did Skyrim.
Confidence must be waning as she hits the opposition hard, but still can't get the fall.
These refs are slow as shit, dude. They're like real-life refs.
Uh-oh, this is just vicious.
Just jump to the ground and do it. It doesn't need to be like a big thing. You don't need to like run a marathon before doing the count. They're sitting over there running a whole ass like triathlon before they start counting my pin. No, Rhea! 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 No! You gotta be kidding me. Liv Morgan doesn't even work on this brand, and yet she's like, I'm gonna come in here and steal the win. This is bullshit, chat. This is some just absolute BS here. And she can just walk in, steal the spotlight, just feel like, that's my win now. It's mine. Messed up world we live in. Absolutely messed up. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm booing too. My car to the airport was somehow redirected to an empty field and I missed my flight. Why is she just finding ways to ruin our life? Here.
It was you, wasn't it? You're the reason I'm missing my championship match with Bianca. Again!
Oh, it's hardly my fault. Your car service was way too willing to accommodate your new itinerary. You know, they really should have some sort of security on that. Figured the least I could do was play hooky from Raw 2 so we could have a little chat.
You really want to do this here?
Fight in an airport lounge? Absolutely not. They'd never let me back in, and I love their little mini cupcakes too much. I just want what's mine.
What exactly is that, Shotzi? I can't go back in time and hire you at TBD. I can't go back and put you in war games. Your obsession with me is unhealthy.
What's unhealthy is theft. And I'm not just talking about war games. You may have gotten a free pass from Regal to waltz around WWE, ripping off other people's ideas, moves, and gear, but you didn't get a free pass from me. You're the #1 contender. That should be me. Put it on the line in a match. Win or lose, we are done after that.
If it means never having to deal with your BS again, fine, you're on. But only because there's no way I lose.
All right, I guess we're finishing this up here. I mean, this seems like the real story, right? This seems like the real plot. Faces Shotzi in the ring, and for a rivalry this big, it's false count anywhere. we're just changing the art on this, huh? The Terminator, looking tank.
Bringing indie cred and attitude.
So apparently we're finishing off this playthrough at WrestleMania. But we're just off the back of Survivor Series. Are we like doing the title match at Mania? Or are we like doing it like at the Royal Rumble and then we're doing it at Mania? That looked like Rhea Loki. A tiny bit, yeah. Just a tiny bit. So chat, I think it would be absolutely hilarious, right? Maybe I'm just too mommy pilled though. I mean, you might be. You just might be. Holy crap. I think that's, we squash her, chat. We're going to show her why she wasn't hired. Defeat Shotzi. No, we're squashing. We are squashing, game. BRB Googling what the TCB on her tank stands for. I want to know what that stands for too. The cool bitch. That's what it stands for. Tank's cool, bitch. It's only, it is one letter away from being an anagram to TBD. So.
What's she looking for under the ring? Absolutely no telling what's underneath the ring tonight.
Taking care of business. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little lame. Because when I think of business, I obviously think of big ass tank. See, like, look at that. She's like doing all this punishment, and all I need to do is like 3 moves, and she's already like, well.
And the possibility for serious injury just went way up. These superstars are starting to get very imaginative right now. You have to think someone's looking at that stage and getting some dark thoughts.
Poor Shotzi keeps getting hurt and ruining all momentum she can get. I always feel bad for her since she hit main roster. Is that why? Is that why we don't really see her at all? Is it because she keeps getting injured?
Just a continuous rush on Shotzi here. Yeah, Shotzi finding herself on the wrong end of every exchange.
Well, if anything, this right here is just kind of another stint in a years long thing, and where she just keeps getting shafted. Nice.
Intensity and anger boiling over, all coming to a head up.
Right on the entrance ramp.
We can only see it's only getting worse by the second, Michael.
So wait, can we go backstage? I really want us to go backstage. Shotzi tore her ACL last February. Oh my god. So she's been gone for like a year then. Can I please go to the backstage area? Or is that not possible?
And Shotzi didn't see that coming. These superstars are showing no concern for their own well-being.
And this series is like the definition of just like incremental improvement. Wait, do we get back this way? If she's healed, she feels like a Rumble return, maybe. Maybe.
It's been a wild year, but it's great to be back on Raw. Wild doesn't even scratch the surface, Cole, but let's just focus on this match tonight. This fight has made its way.
It's been a wild year, but it's good to be back on Raw. What do you mean? Raw's every week.
She's feeling the hurt here. Shotzi will be dangerous if she can keep dishing out offense like that.
Michael Cole gets a brief form of psychosis, the video game. Ow! Yeah, the filler dialogue. Yeah, that filler dialogue made no sense. Exactly. Like, what are you talking about? We're on Raw every single week, Michael. No! No way.
Looks like Shotzi's locked in on her opponent. Shotzi kindly requests that you never wake up.
Holy crap!
Makes the cut. Shoulder is lifted.
Man, again! Nothing!
She kicked out there, but I don't know how much more she can take.
Even though our legs clipped. Even though our legs clipped the stage.
Plenty of ways to get creative. Up on the entrance area. Also plenty of ways to get yourself seriously hurt.
I'm gonna powerbomb you on the stage. Oh! Ow! 1, 2, 3. Yeah, exactly. Man, that was sick as hell. How are you still alive?
The women
Women's World Champion just obliterated Shotzi.
Looks like Bianca's just as tired of Shotzi's shenanigans as anyone.
That was nasty. It was.
Champion and the #1 contender are facing off. We may not have to wait for a match. This could jump off right here.
It's finally happening.
She has to like bend down. Did you see like her arm snap, chat? Everyone is like smaller than me. Like she isn't even like facing her. The disrespect. Just our truth there. She's gonna need to get her joints back. They treat Kat like the strangest heel in this story. I swear, LMAO. Seriously. So like, what are we doing here? Like what's our goal now? Wrestle World Tour. It's like Garfield Lasagna World Tour. Man, I'm so overpowered. All right. Chat, where we think... It's been a while since we've heard Bianca. Where do we think she's going to land on the good scale for VA?
Thanks for having my back out there.
I was annoyed. Honestly, I think the whole WWE universe was.
So, guess this means we're finally gonna get our match, huh?
You're pretty excited for someone who's about to get handled.
I see how it is. Well, you just go ahead and underestimate me, champ.
Oh, I don't underestimate you at all. I've seen your stuff on the indies. I know you can go, but so can I.
You've watched my indie matches?
That's a solid 5 if I've ever heard it.
What? Just because I started wrestling at WWE and never had an independent run doesn't mean I can't appreciate what you did there. I mean, that dive off the balcony against La Congrejita Loca? Wild. Self-destructive and probably ill-advised, but wild.
Man, if you had ever been a free agent when I was in TBD, I would have gladly jumped off a balcony against you too.
That sounds like a blast. Except
Dude, she would have crushed. She would have crushed Bianca.
Don't get me wrong. I'm happy with how it came up, but I do sometimes wonder what an indie career would have been like for me. It sounds like an adventure.
Huh.
What?
Just gets me thinking about our match.
About whether I'm going to pin or submit you?
No.
Yeah,
well, not exactly.
She's better than a lot of people we heard.
Pointed out that I was lucky enough to experience a fantastical whirlwind tour when I got to WWE. I got to have the adventure. I'm wondering if I should pay it forward.
What do you have in mind?
You're confident you're gonna beat me anyway, right?
Anytime, any place.
I was really hoping you'd say that.
Are we going to TBD? Are we gonna have this match on our home turf? She's a huge mutant human giraffe. That one like indie wrestler that she talked about, that wrestler did not have another match after that balcony dive. That was it. That was like her go. That was like her final match. She's going to have an imagined match with Bianca in her mind. Well, let's see what happens. We're going to imagine some fucking dragons here, chat.
You want to do what?
It's just going to be 2 matches.
Best of 3 series.
She's cut off! She's cut off!
If Bianca really has no fight in her.
It'll probably go 2. That's as many as I need.
It's not the best of 3 series that gives me pause. It's the locales. It is the usual custom to defend the WWE Women's World Championship on WWE TV.
Oh boy, we're going to New Japan, brother.
If we want to stick with what's comfortable, or, get this, we fight for the Women's World Championship in the coolest indie arenas around.
Japan? Mexico? We could even go back to your old stomping grounds in the UK. Honestly, Sounds like a great way to push that grassroots international exposure you business types are always talking about.
And you know what else it sounds like?
Oh, I'm positive you'll tell me.
Yeah, I'm willing to give Bianca a 6.
Big swing. It sounds like taking advantage of every opportunity on the table. And it sounds like doing something different without being afraid to fail.
I know what you're getting at, and I'm not sure I like you turning my words back on me.
I'm sorry to interject, but this is ridiculous. It's unheard of. Allowing a WWE champion to defend at these underground indie shows? Untelevised? What about the advertiser?
Dude, Weiss won't sponsor GCW.
I'm afraid Troy makes an excellent point. Marketing will hate this.
See?
Fortunately, this is not a marketing company. This is a professional wrestling company.
Oh, you said the word.
Wrestling company that's going to take a swing, and whose general manager cannot wait to get on the road. The only question is, where to first?
Don't look at me. This is your world. I'm just the adventuring tourist who gets to hit you wherever you so choose.
Face Bianca in the UK at Club UK. Face Bianca in Mexico at Lucha Magica. I feel like it makes more sense to start in the UK.
It may be my world, but I say we make it your world to start. What if we go back to your old territory? Match 1 at Club UK.
God save the king.
No, that's fine. Tokyo Dome time. Yeah, why are we doing this at the Tokyo Dome? Oh boy. Wait. It looks like we might be able to, chat. The best of 3 World Series for the WWE Women's World Championship match begins tonight. Bianca Belair defends against Gina in England at Club UK. Welcome to the Indies, Bianca Belair. Welcome to my world. Your world. We'll see about that, Gina. Bianca would get 7 stars in the Tokyo Dome. Well, that means we gotta put on a 7-star match in Tokyo. Right? It means we gotta put on the big match there. We cannot blow our load as the first thing here. Right? Oh my god, I remember how shitty the ring looks.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
That's not British.
From Kenya, Hollywood Long Girl.
Remind me to fix that, chat. Because she's no longer a Hollywood Long Girl. She is simply Long Girl. There's nothing Hollywood about her anymore. She has shed that skin. That skin has been thoroughly shed. I was about to ask about the Hollywood thing. Yeah, we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that shit anymore. She's SX Long Girl now. We just rename ourselves to every like new place we go to. Alright, I need water. Spit out my gum. I have a feeling that like Johnny Insert Company. Exactly. What a trash bin of an arena. Alright, there's some Rey Mysterio masks back there. I don't think you could do that. Oh my god, look at this ring. This right here is grungy as hell. You set the tone for an you set the tone on offense against Bianca Belair. You're like, you need the dominating big lady to get her stuff in real quick. No, we're not doing that just yet. We're gonna do this. Great British music. It does genuinely look dangerous. Like this campus is like made out of like bubble wrap. They cleaned the mat last in 2021. No kidding. And just like that, she now has 5 diseases. 6. I've always enjoyed how, like, Bianca's hair has physics. Man, we're doing... Oh, man, you friggin' notice it, Indies, because we're doing technical... I mean, we're doing chain wrestling here between 2 big women. Right, we gotta grab Bianca in the ring. What? She's basically doing nothing to me. Wow, okay. Anything you could do, I could do better. Did you see how her hair like just wrapped around Gina? Meanwhile, the crowd is throwing needles into the ring. Ew. Like, use the needles? That's a biohazard, mate. Wait, no. That's a biohazard, love. Wow. Ooh. Ow. Wait, is she hitting like in her is she hitting like in her nether regions? That's what it looks like. Ow. That's it. Wait, really? Is that it? 1, 2, 3. Wow. Ow. I can hear... I can feel those in my own thighs. Man, we worked for like 3 minutes in the UK. We did basically nothing. That's insane. So happy to have taken a trip to England for Bianca Belair versus Gina. Bianca was incredible. I'm right into the Lions Den and takes the W. It just so happens that taming lions is one of my specialties. Much love, Club UK. You guys know how to make some noise. The crowd is mad because it was less than 20 minutes. Yeah, they were expecting a technical masterpiece. Wait, what is that? Techno Warrior? What's that game like? That's probably like Galaga or something. Just some cheeky Nandos.
That cannot have gone as you'd hoped.
No, it didn't.
No. Everything went exactly according to my plan of getting hit in the face a bunch.
Less than 20 minutes and no light tube shots. That arena did look like something that you would see like GCW in.
Are you regretting giving Bianca the invitation into the Indies?
To be fair, this was a good thing because now we don't have ads for like Dude Wipes and Sonic 3 and Diablo 4 and Prime and some other thing in the ring all at once. WWE has way too much ads in their ring now, dude. It's untenable. I hate it. GCW actually cleans up garbage. So are you saying this is like a step below GCW?
Not at all. I miss the intimacy of a smaller show, the interaction with the fans. Just didn't expect Bianca to pull the same energy from the crowd quite as easily as she did.
Bianca got very comfortable, very quickly.
Beginner's luck.
Respect to her performance, but that was a major case of beginner's luck. We'll see how she handles the next match in our series.
Which raises the question.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
You gotta go to Japan, right? We gotta go to the Tokyo Dome. Hold on. Some of the ads around the ring are distracting sometimes. Like, I kept looking at Goku when they had the Sparking Zero sponsorship. Exactly.
It's break time.
It's just, like,
Where the heck's
untenable.
the Cheetos, my dudes?
It's very, very distracting. Anyways, Rob rolls on for this.
Konami also treads into sequel territory.
God, I need to replace some of these.
Symphony of the Night. Although we found the game to be a disappointment, we couldn't help but be sucked into the game. The game expands dramatically as you find new passageways and secrets.
What if we wrote our
Dracula's
own
castle.
Gitsy in
We
the
think
call
game
on
is fun,
Discord?
but again, way overhyped.
Eh?
This is a traditional.
This is
2D
something I've been
platform
wanting to do for a
experience
while.
With no in-game cinemas
What will they
or
call
anything
it?
to
The
set it apart from previous
What will they
Dracula
call
Alley.
it? The Japan Dome? Yes, they do. They
unification
do in
of
fact call it the
side-scrolling
Japan
action
Dome.
and character-building RPG elements is unique and impressive, but almost unnoticeable in terms of the effect on gameplay. The challenge is very high. We got far into the game, but still fell
I'm gonna
far
eat some
from the
nuts,
end.
chat.
The different
The
areas
nut
of
boy.
Dracula's castle are well designed, and in many cases, a sight to see. The artistry and detail is readily apparent, particularly in the backgrounds. The setting is very convincing, as everything looks Romanesque or Gothic. Besides the overdone side-scrolling nature of the game, we also have a minor complaint about one aspect of the game's control. You can't jump in the middle of a swing. Think about that for a moment. If you're standing still and you swing your whip, you
That's
can't
something I've
jump
been
until the
wanting to
whip has
do,
come all the way
like a
back
long
to
time,
you.
in order to
Now
shake up the
that's
Gitsy
ridiculous,
stuff.
Folks. Ridiculous and
How to
frustrating.
write a review
I mean,
like
really,
this, though,
that
is
one annoying flaw.
is an interesting
So much for
exercise.
Om nom nom.
Right?
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I
And
think
this
it would be
game
really
is no
fun.
exception. However, we should say that the control only feels stiff in that instance. Otherwise, Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a pretty decent game. You won't not like it, but
Our
it
own
won't make
silly
you sing
game
out
reviews
loud
is very
either.
funny.
Then
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
No game does that.
I think it would be a
The
fun way
bottom
to like
line is,
incorporate like
unlike Crash
community, like, you know,
Bandicoot 2,
interaction into the
Castlevania
commercial
does not
breaks.
take old
You know?
school gameplay and put it in a flattering 3D format. Instead, Castlevania just creates more of the same, but enjoyable more of the same.
So for those of you in break who missed what I was saying, I'm thinking that because something I've been wanting to do for a long time is create my own Gitsy videos, so that way we can add them to the rotation. And I think it would be fun to go into the Discord call and we write it together, right? Like we all pick a game, or rather like we pick a game, and then we create our own Gitsy type sort of like experience with it, right? our own Gitsy type beat with it. So we'd essentially be making like our own crappy game reviews that would play like during the commercial breaks. And they would alternate between like the one we made and the ones that George Wood made back in the 90s. Right? The Gitsy guy feels mostly like he wants to be contrarian unless the game is clearly that good. The thing about George Wood is this, right? He's not a games guy. He's a movie guy, right? It's why he loved the 3D of the N64 so much. It's why Wild Guns is his favorite game of all time. It's because they're all sizzle for the time, right? It's because like those were released at the time when like 3D and full motion video were like in their infancy, right? So to him, that is where the greatness of video games lies, in their ability to be movies, right? I'm a trained VO technically, but it's been a minute, LMAO. Who would read them? I was gonna volunteer myself, but I don't think it should be me, right? It needs to be somebody else. I have some voiceover friends that would jump at the opportunity to do something like this. I have many friends who barely do VO work or chill Stev. WWE 2K24 is one of the greatest games ever made.
Hello, Mario.
What's good, my goobers? I'm a trained VA, but I'm no George Wood impersonator. Well, like, it doesn't need to be like an impersonator, right? I mean, listen, I could also just reach out to him and just be like, hey, I'm making my own. I wrote the script for you. Read it over and tell me what you think. I could shoot my shot because I'm pretty sure that he has open DMs on Twitter. So I could just shoot my shot and message him and just see what happens. Right? Also, hey Dan, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Who would win in a fight, Ant-Man or Dale Gribble? Dale Gribble. Well, actually, no. Ant-Man would, because he would get... he'd go down the microscopic level, he'd go inside Dale Gribble's ass, and then he would like enlarge himself inside, and then Dale would blow up. That's what would happen. He'd essentially do what like everyone wanted him to do to Thanos. But also we as a community doing the voice as our own voice sounds fun. Exactly! I haven't been playing D&D in a while, gotta stretch those muscles. Again, like, I genuinely think it would just be fun for us to do our own thing with those. Right? I think it would be a fun way to get the community involved in in the content that's shown during the ad breaks. Because no one likes ads. Ads suck. But we can at least make them fun. You know? Anyways, hold on. I need to reset the chat box. We can set aside a bit of time for that, go into the Discord, and you know, I can, like, schedule a time where we all work on it. And we can all kind of, you know, like, give each other's ideas. Just, like, don't take things personally if I take someone else's ideas over others. This is supposed to be a melding pot, right?
I've been giving that some thought with an ice pack on my jaw. Bianca hits hard, and so do I. So let's go to the home of strong style, Japan.
Hell yeah, brother.
Sure, if you buy at the Japanese steakhouse we always go to.
This will be a Toyota versus Nakano type beat.
Deal.
Let's do it.
Feels like a fitting celebration once I beat Bianca. But only the food. I'm not buying you another jacket.
Start a scrapbook photo album. He reads it so woodenly, we could get an AI voice of George Wood. I don't want to do AI. I don't want to do AI. Especially not without George's consent. You know? I want to stay away from that because, well, for one thing, it's just not... Oh, hey, I'm a Corrigan Hall, right? Korakana Hall. Is that what it is? God,
Hello,
I need to
Mario.
remember. He's back. I'm back and better than ever. Korakuen Hall. Korakuen Hall. Right? Korakuen Hall. 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 See, if I'm ever going to go to Japan, chat, I need to make sure that I get my pronunciation right. And also learn some Japanese. Or at least get a translator. So yeah, Ashley's right there. If I ever meet up with her, she could translate for me. All right. This is where we have the 10-minute barn burner chat. Guess where it is? Korakuen Hall. I got that much. But yeah, I virtually got. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Don't worry. I'll translate for you if you get me good Japanese treats.
Well, I've had a lot of good stuff from Japan in my lifetime. Not too much, but most of what I've had is good. So that won't be too hard. Like 3 Adams on the roster, but did Copeland really have to shorten his name to Cope? This is the kind of shit I expect Vince to mandate. It's not as bad, all right? How about this? I'm going to say this, right? It is not on the same level as like removing somebody's last name because they're foreign, right? I think that this feels like something that they're trying to do to kind of have a similar feel to like the name Edge, right? Like something that's like short, one syllable, punchy. I understand what they were trying to do, but I would not have done it because Cope does not sound good. It makes me think of Wojak memes. You can either have Edge or you can have Adam Copeland. You can either give him his real name or Edge. Doing Cope is not it. Go back to Adam Copeland. I got used to Adam Copeland. That's fine. You know? I mean, like, Christian Cage, that's a first and last name. Christian Cage is not just called Christian. He wasn't called that in TNA. He's not called that in AEW. It's fine. Right, we gotta do the indie punches here in Japan. Why not just Copeland? I'd be fine with Copeland, but I enjoy, just having his full name there. Adam Copeland's good. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having 3 Adams in the company. There was nothing wrong with it last year, and there's nothing wrong with it now. Personally, I think that they're just gonna go... Oh! Come on! Hell yeah, brother. This is awesome. This is awesome. But Sex and P Hardcastle has legacy. Listen. Sex Hard, okay? Mox works as a shorthand name because it sounds good. I think Cope as a shorthand sounds good too. But as the main thing, I don't think that's the play, right? I don't think that's what you want to be doing. We have 3 Adams, 2 Eddies, and sadly only 1 living Brody. May he rest in peace. Holy shit. Did you hear the bone crack? But no, like, I think that Cope works as a shortened name. Right? Like, I enjoy shorthands to like identify people by. And even though Cope is kind of funny, I could get used to it like as, like Adam Copeland's shorthand. But as the main thing, I just don't think it's all that good. It's fine though. I feel like it's one of those things where like people will get used to it in 4 weeks. When she's clear, like everyone calls Gina Cap, when she's clearly Hollywood Long Girl. Exactly. It's the same exact thing. It's shit, but everyone tries to get it over. But we all know what the real tea is, right? It's Long Girl. Jean shorts in Japan. What do you mean jean shorts in Japan? But no, like, I don't know. It's a little lame, but that's really all it is. A little lame and nothing more. I feel like people are just making a big deal over nothing. As they're one to do with AEW. Seems Cope would go about as well as Bearcat Lee did for Lee. Well, the difference between Bearcat Lee and Adam Copeland, or just Cope now, is that Tony Khan has plans with Cope. Vince had nothing for fucking Keith Lee and never did. He never had anything for him, Keith Lee, nor did he ever had any intention of having anything for him. At the very least, Copeland is in a main event spot and he's still being treated with enough respect where that, you know, a kind of shitty name is not going to be the end of the world. The IWC makes me tired, I'll be real. If anything is over, they hate it. And it's stupid. I know! That was very volatile. I'm sorry. But genuinely, there's so much of wrestling social media is so contrarian. What are they chanting? Women's wrestling? The screen is too blurry for me to read those banners. I can barely get the word. I can barely see the word half in Japanese. Right, Ashley, what does this say? What does the outside of the ring say? I'll pause it for you. Oh no, it doesn't work. Quick, read it. I hear this is wrestling. This is certainly wrestling. This is wrestling you can watch with your eyeballs. Colin's over here laughing at the chant, this is wrestling. Yes, it is indeed. It is wrestling that you can consume with your eyes and presumably your ears. Unless you're watching on mute. Which you better not be. You're missing good content. But no, like... I will say that... You know, like, I made fun...
Gabba gooba hooba dooba scuba booba.
Homunculus, go back to eating your friggin' Cheez-Its. Wait, no. Cheez-Its? No. You can't do this, Homunculus. This isn't you. Oh, yeah. Homunculus, you can't do this. This isn't you, dog. I'm getting 140p. Holy shit. What are you on right now? Like, what kind of Wi-Fi are you on? That's insane.
You're not my real dad.
Bro, you say it. Well, then why do you call me daddy? Gotta... Alright, spinning powerbomb time. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Phew! Wow.
Here is your winner,
I got the Cheez-Its half off, brother, father, not father.
Everything I know is a lie. Everything's a lie, chat. Homunculus has betrayed us.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
They're at the store because you left them there. We're almost on after this. The Cheetos are at the store because you left them there. How will I know my son now?
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits you out.
Oh boy, the brainworms are here.
Final Doom is invincible.
It's time for hardcore doomers to have their day.
Impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review. Don't have a cow once you figure out what we're saying. Final Doom is just more
also, it's really good to have all of you here.
That has spawned
we're
off
to a rip-roaring start to the new year already. I got some cool things in store, specifically with WWE 2K24.
Doom it, we're sick of all these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game. Doom it. These games make you Doom crazy,
especially when they're so Doom hard.
Normally,
he's so whiny here.
This Doom game,
hardcore Doomers.
Doom Nirvana. The game is actually
the banner says Hulk Hogan.
Master levels from the internet, Plutonia,
that's
and
lame.
TNT. All are extremely difficult.
Is Hulk Hogan over in Japan? Is he like
password
popular there?
that
Is
gives
he
you
like an
all of the
icon?
game's weapons. But even with that little gem, you will fail miserably. Don't worry, we're not going to.
I mean, given how many times that he was over there in a span of a year and how many
rest.
days he added to his year,
Of course, we may
it's
end up
gotta
being
be,
crowned once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance.
Om nom nom.
If you
Oh,
think that all
excuse
these
me,
Dooms are
back
bad,
my dudes.
wait
Hey,
till you
welcome back
find
to
out
Raw.
what the
I was about to
FG
say,
stands
because,
for.
like,
the BFG
if-
9000 is the biggest gun in the game.
if Hulk Hogan is anyone to go by, and he shouldn't be, but let's pretend he is.
Doom Dooms. B. Put us on their
He went
to-do
he went to
list.
Japan so many times that he
Doom us
added
to
days
Hades,
onto his
or
year.
D. Not do one Doom thing.
So for him to not be an icon over there, that's a personal failure. You know? Like, that's a personal failure. You cannot bottom out harder than that. You cannot bottom out harder than that. It's impossible. It's actually impossible. So, like, what's happening? Are we just, like, doing these, do we just, like, are we just, like, doing, are we, fuck, I can't speak, chat. My brain is all over the place. Are we, like, filming these and then, like, airing them on Raw? Are these matches how Raw ends every week? Are these, like, the main event? Like, are they, like, placed, like, at the end of the show and they're, like, pre-taped? Like, the production crew sends them back to Raw. Big blonde muscular guy is always the main wrestler in older games, except for Fire Pro, which has the Hansons and Vader and so on. It's very fair. The implication is they're not airing them at all. That's kind of shitty, right? Like, I think that having them overseas is novel, and having them in different promotions is, right? Like, that's novel. But you would kind of want to... They're sent by sea mail. The tapes are carried back by carrier pigeon. They deliver them directly to Stanford. And Triple H gets them on his desk. And then he becomes like Vince for a second. He's like, "That's such good shit, pal!" And then he mandates that it gets like all the airtime on Raw. It's the main event. Every single week. Okay. Long girl. There you go. Cool. I still love our signs, dude. We got the Law Boy Club, we got Follow GIRAFFE, Too Sweet, and just a random photo of R-Truth. Just like at any point during this playthrough, R-Truth just flashbangs you. He is in neither of these playthroughs, I can almost guarantee it. He is referring to the pigeon shit all over the tapes. He like looks at it. It's like covered in like pigeon poo and barnacles from like all of like the salt water. And he's like, "That's such good shit, pal."
Ladies, it appears that you two will be going to a final match.
Fitting, really. Winning that championship will be even sweeter after going the full series.
Don't get cocky. No way you beating me twice in a row.
Before you two launch into a witty repartee, I have an update. I've just spoken to the suits in Stamford. They have thoughts.
That's never good.
Word of your genuinely marvelous matches has spread, and so has the buzz. They were insistent that the next match will be on WWE television.
They want us to do the match on Raw? You promised us we could see this through in indie arenas.
Indeed I did, so I reached an agreement. We will be producing a portion of next week's Raw live from the location of your final match.
Oh, wow. Listen,
Oh, hey, there you go.
know this is a
Exactly. You just send the friggin' tape back.
feel about having the match at
TBD? Yes, a surprising and unexpected suggestion from you. Which is why I have already given instructions for the road crew to meet us there.
WWE production over there, dude.
Super embarrassing to lose on your home turf, but I, for one, am here for it. One idea, though.
What's that?
With everything I know about TBD, and since it's the final match, kind of seems like it should be no DQ, right?
Bianca Belair? You have no idea what you just asked for. Deal. Geneva is gonna freak.
Oh boy. We gotta pull out the flaming table, chat. Doesn't Hogan claim he won it? What the? Huh? Chat, did you see that? Oh! That's like a giant censor bar, chat. You can't show it. It's way too hot for Twitch. That's way too hot for Twitch. Good game, wow. Much polish. Very great. Oh, goodness gracious.
Wow.
Welcome to Monday Night Raw. I'm Eddie from the Hammerstein Ballroom.
And raise you a hot damn.
They really got to work in here, didn't they? Can you believe it?
After the hectic morning I've had with the crew to get this set up, I can. Had to yell at some guy named Troy a lot. He kept wanting to cover up the TBD signage with Raw logos entirely.
Sounds like Troy.
What a mark.
I'm really glad that I could do this for you, Geneva. For us. Did you ever imagine that we'd be here?
Honestly, you main eventing a TBD show feels pretty familiar to me. This one just has more logos.
You know what I mean. This is different. Later tonight, I'm gonna win the WWE Women's World Championship.
In the house that AJ Styles built.
Living the dream. Hey, you get ready. I've got some contracts to look at.
Same as always. But seriously, don't get too caught up in paperwork that you forget to enjoy yourself tonight. This is big. Big, big.
I know. It is. And I won't. But I also know you'll enjoy this enough for the both of us. Good luck out there.
Whose house? Gina's house. Skirt, skirt. But yeah, there was something I wanted to like say something earlier. Oh yeah, that's right. I thought it would be fun, and this is something that our friend Morning Keebs did. So, Keebs, if you're still in chat, I'm about to give you flowers for a great idea, as I'm one to do, because I need to say this once again. Gina was created by our very own Morning Keebs. The reason why she looks like this at all is largely because of her, and I appreciate her for that. But she also requested, or rather, she also pitched the idea that for my GM mode, because I don't think we're gonna have time to like do like the big 4-person thing for 2K24, but I think we do have time to do a very special thing in where I take a lot of created wrestlers and we basically have our own GM mode with that, right? I think it would be fun to have a whole bunch of stuff like that. We would be incorporating Gina and Shining Wizard. We would be bringing back characters both old and new. And I would be inviting people to basically create their own wrestlers in 2K24 and submit them for the GM mode. We would use that to take on like an established roster of characters. Gina's the best. I mean, Gina's the original, but you know what I mean. Oh, we have like unique commentary here. I do realize that, you know, the idea of that would be so fun. I would if I had the game. That's why I'm kind of like saying it right now, because I don't plan on taking those requests for like a few weeks, right? Or rather, like I'd be opening up like submissions for a few weeks. That way people have time to either get the game or make their characters or submit their characters or whatever, right?
Bianca wants to show everyone in TBD why she's the EST.
I think that would be a fun little way to, again, involve the community as we wrap up our time with 2K24. Again, I wanted to like do like creative things this year, right? I want to take creative risks. And I feel like that's a big risk. Again, it would have to be 2K24 though, because I don't think that you can import characters from like a previous game into that one. Here is the original, I said, Saxton. I mean, we all know Saxton doesn't know ball. But he's gonna know ball here tonight. They're chanting the Raptors here in the long zone. Here in the long boy zone.
For coming out on top in this match.
A symbol of dominance for the woman who possesses the coveted title.
Got our man Stephon Smith here, I think. So we're simulcasting live from TVD, and this is probably being broadcasted to the arena that Raw took place in tonight. Let's give him a friggin' barn burner of a match, chat. I think that we need to have some boss music here. We gotta have this. Time to make history. Ooh!
Takes on Bianca Belair in a rubber match for the Women's World Championship.
Is that like the Raw zone? Yeah, it is. Taco Bell, haha, where the heck are my haha, where the heck are my Cheetos, my dudes? Actually, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do Counter-Strike. Haha, where are my Cheetos, my dude? That is not your slogan, bitch. Long Boy Club for life.
Earth-shaking spine buster. Incredible. Turns the tide with a knee to the abdomen. Being carried around with ease.
The amount of force behind that is enough to knock a normal person out.
Just a big battle of strong women here tonight in the TBD arena in the long boy zone here in TBD. All we're doing is trying to make Bianca look good for the TBD faithful. Oh, we're starting with a big old superplex. Really? Fine. I literally thought the trash can was a gun for a second, chat.
She's looking for something under the ring to even her odds here.
Oh shit.
What an important equalizer the kendo stick can be. Trading back and forth blows now. Big shots being fired right now. Neither competitor letting up. Back and forth, neither one giving up any ground. Giving up now is not an option. They have to finish this. Both absolutely drained, but both
Oh, that was incredible. Just a complete knockout punch. The Mickey D special. Now imagine if this match was in DPW, chat. The boys are back in town.
brought back into the ring from the floor now.
She's pumping herself up, reaching out for that burst of energy.
What, we're doing this again? They love the indie punches here in the long boy zone.
Hello, Mario.
Who goes there? Idea Maker. Hello, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. That was some dog shit right there. We're gonna get McNasty tonight here in the Long Boy zone. There's either this or super kicks. That's very true. Hey man, hope it's been a great one. It's been a one. We're gonna turn this into a friggin' main event if I've ever seen one. Come on, Bianca, give me some of that fight that you're known for. What the? Okay. Well.
Yeah, Byron, you are dangerously close to being collateral damage in this one.
Oh no. Ooh! Oh, that monitor spot. Oh, that monitor in a dangerous spot. I didn't quite notice it yet. We gotta listen. We're here in our hometown promotion. We need to work the baby face, right? Ow!
Bad place to be for the challenger. Yeah, Belair's clearly working hard to soften her up. Quite an effective counter. She finally creates some more offense for herself. But she has to push now while the window's open. Both competitors showing how well they know one another. Uh-oh, look at what are they going to do? Oh, right to the face.
Right to the back of the neck.
And again.
Enough.
Double axe handle. Oof. Fishing for something beneath the ring.
Come on, we need that flaming table spot.
Quick return to the ring. No telling what you'll find under the ring here. About to introduce some metal into the mayhem in the form of the trash can. Kick to the gut.
Can I ignite it? Hell yeah! Urgh. Holy shit! We're going all the way back to the beginning! No! Not even a 2 count! Indie-rific. Listen, she wanted the indies. That's what she's gonna get. Wait, hold on. I got it, chat. No. Ow! Ah! Smoldered face. Holy shit! That ref just running into the flamey table. Ah! Woo! Through the flaming table! Superplex to the flaming table. That's it. That's gotta be it. 1, 2, 3.
This journey for the woman they call the captain reaches a conclusion.
You can hear the carnage just going all over the place. The ref is moving the garbage can.
This audience feels like WrestleMania. Well, there's nothing like WrestleMania, but I think it means a little bit more to this superstar that her first championship win happened here.
Wow.
This woman has followed along and won.
The ref just running into the flaming table and then the garbage can. I enjoy how like the carnage of the match is still there. What? Stardust music never sounded so good. Trust trying to celebrate the pipe sound.
What does she want? What do you think, Saxton?
No. Not
TVD promoter Janina Rose is not having it. I get she's ride or die with our new champion, but what's she gonna do to stop Becky Lynch?
You got WWE problems. Go settle them on WWE time. Because believe me when I say, if anyone tries to interrupt my best friend's hard-won moment,
Man, she's laying down the law. What? Huh?
They've been friends for years. Don't trust anybody. This isn't a
What?
This is karma, Saxton.
What the fuck?
So many people before you pay the piper.
And she's paying now.
Swerve, bro.
thanks for coming home, Cap. It was so generous for you to put this show together for me. I know you think I'm slumming it around here, but you forget that I'm proud of what we built together. And I know you're used to taking the credit for everything. So I thought it was important for me to make an appearance tonight, to set the record straight. You'd be nothing without me. Let
Wow.
me be clear. I am not just some best friend side character in your hero's journey. What do you think I've been doing since you left? Sitting around and just following your career with rapt attention?
Kind of like how your hair is wrapping around me. Wow.
So, when Becky approached me, I was more than happy to help turn your moment into my moment.
You can feel the bitterness from Gina.
I had it framed. Thought it was a nice touch. Especially now. Because according to this legal
Her jacket is clipping.
document, you're still signed exclusively to TVD. You can't work anywhere else. You can't be champion anywhere else. And you belong to me.
But she's a WWE superstar. Not according to Geneva Rose.
So this is like Sue worthy, right?
Cap, don't be late.
What? So what? That was a huge waste of time then. Wow. It's a women's world championship. The Cap is back. Her loss is your gain, Vegas. Just thrown to the side for this angle, I guess. It is a little raw, isn't it? What just happened? I don't know. Just some epic level management of a top indie promotion. Thank you very much. Wow. Our own promotion is healing on us. Wow. Chat. Chat, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do at this point? We got like 2 stories left, right? We got 2 stories left, and I think that we should save those for next time. Right? I think that we need to save those for next time. Honestly, that was a pretty good last match, I feel like. We allowed Bianca to get her shit in. We called back to the very first match. And now we have a brand new villain in our midst. DPW needs to steal this angle. Epic level healing of an indie promotion, LMAO. You'd see this shit in DPW. you honestly probably would. You honestly probably would. I mean, Johnny and the others are like nerds enough to where they probably would do it. But yeah, this is actually the second game in a row where the women's created wrestler is going up against, you know, another original character as the primary, rather like as the big villain of the angle. Or it's an old WCPW angle. Where's Angle and Cody? Wait, was it Kurt Angle and Cody, or was it Kurt Angle and Joe Hendry? I know it was one of the two. Or was it both? Was it both? Anyways, chat. We've had some fun times tonight. This was a very, very fun stream, but unfortunately we need to end it here. I appreciate everyone for joining us tonight. This was an incredible way to start the new year. I have a couple ideas that I want to do for the year. If you want to follow along with them, be sure to join the Discord server. Be sure to join the Discord server because I'm going to be laying out the details there for some chat inclusive stuff. Along with that, we are going to be continuing our watch along of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic on Sunday. We got some specials we need to get through. We got a few other things we need to do before we start Season 9, which I've never, ever seen up until this point. And I'm excited. I'm really, really, really excited for it. So yeah, join the Discord community. We have a lot of fun over there. Let me see who we have to raid. Maxwell is streaming. Oh, what, Flyweight? Max Flyweight? We could raid into him. Yeah, he is. Let's do it. Let's do it real quick. Let's raid into him real quick. And yeah, we'll be back here on Saturday with more Yakuza Like a Dragon. And then next week, I'd imagine we're gonna be finishing up with this. So yeah, it's always nice to come by. It's always nice to have all of you guys. Genuinely. You guys make me into a better streamer. And I do not know what this year is going to bring, but if there's one thing that's certain about Giraffe Sev, it's that nothing is for certain. Yes, that right there is the raid message. If you are a subscriber, this is what it is for you. Right there. But yeah, we're gonna go right in over there. Either copy my friend Ashley's message if you're not a sub, but if you are, copy the one that I have. And I'll see you guys on Saturday. Bye.